Assemble the accused! Bear witness to their trials. The time of the Inquisition is now at hand. Putting pop culture to the rack, the Inquisition calls to account the events of the week, rooting out heresy wherever it is found. I am Grand Inquisitor Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and joining me for tonight's torture is Nerdrotic Channel's Grand Inquisitor, Gary Beekler. Gary, are you excited with all the stuff we have to talk about tonight?
Yes, I'm actually very excited to be talking about one of these shows. I've been dying to talk about it for like a week, and I did a big long review that Netflix has been copyright claiming me on for 2 days in a row. I've been trying to figure out ways to get around it. I'll figure it out eventually. But I'm dying to talk about the Umbrella Academy, and then I've been dying to talk to you about Star Trek Lower DRECKs, because my God, it was as shitty as we thought it would be.
It's awful. It's genuinely awful. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. And people that are saying that it's, oh, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Oh, it's okay. It's like bullshit. Bullshit. It's actually more insidious and more awful for all of that. But I guess we'll get into that a little later in the show.
Yeah, it's basically like saying, my partner, my husband or my wife doesn't hit me as hard as he or she used to. That's basically what I'm hearing from a lot of Star Trek fans. And I heard the same thing too, and I just rolled my eyes. It wasn't funny, and we'll get into it. Let's see who's here first, though. Let's see who's here. Doomcock.
Absolutely.
Alondro 77. Dana Bailey, Geek Tropology, Fill Up Gaming, Warzard the Board Time Lord. Warzard the Board Time Lord. I like that. What's up? Gary Evans, Code Monkey, Chris P., who both members, by the way, Dave Dahl, Alvaro, Another Gen 42. I like the number 42. Stargate 404 is here. Christopher Ward, User Unknown, Trident Animation, Marco Antonio Chica Funka, Cardinal Sin. What's up, Gil? And that just made me think of Exozone. I was like, oh, we've got a lot of stuff to talk about with Exozone. Lord Thoth, Corey Timigan, Eric K, Paul Pisano, and Father Christopher Miller. Well, I've already cussed, man. Sorry. And User Unknown and Grandpappy Fisk. Everybody's here, Doomcock. All the cool kids are here.
Well, of course, it's the Inquisition. Where the hell else are they going to be on Sunday night, every Sunday night, right about this time?
Right about this time.
The Inquisition convenes.
It is.
And we review the pop culture events of the week, Gary, and we have a lot of fun along the way. Usually it's bad news, but we tend to put, a little lemonade in that urine sample of pop culture.
Right. Exactly. I mean, we got to laugh about it, because it's just been a week. It's been another week of a lot of people being confined, and our escapism has been infiltrated, destroyed, stolen, vandalized, pissed on. And it's the only good that's come out of this lockdown is a lot more people have woken up to it. I mean, we still get new people. You get new people at your channel every day. I do every day. And we get them in from strange. Somebody subbed to my channel from a Farscape review that I did like 2 years ago that I completely forgot I did, but I saw the comment, like, I subbed your channel because you reviewed Farscape 2 years ago. Well, thanks. I hope I don't disappoint you. But I mean, they're still finding out like what has been going on with our pop culture, and it gets bad every day. And even the creatives, quote unquote, are starting to recognize it. We saw J.K. Rowling recently call out cancel culture. John Cleese has called it out twice in the last week. Ricky Gervais calls it out regularly, like every week. He's been pretty much an international hero. But that being said, those three people, not as much Ricky Gervais, but John Cleese, who I respect the hell out of, and I love, and J.K. Rowling, who, I respect her work on Harry Potter. They let the wolf in the door. They started this shit. They allowed these people to come in at first by defending them, by by getting all over our asses, by, crawling all over people who are centrist, who are right. It doesn't really matter, who are just pro free speech, which somehow became a partisan issue in the last 5 years. Wonder how that happened. And free expression. And after they've seen them come after J.K. Rowling and John Cleese knows Monty Python is not long for this world on the BBC at the way things are going.
Yeah.
If they're taking away an episode of Fawlty Towers here, it's only a matter of time till those are gone. So he sees the writing on the wall. He's 80, he probably doesn't give a shit anymore. But it's been bad enough to where people are recognizing. And I would just like to hear, I love to hear them acknowledge that cancel culture is bad. It is, but that's like saying, murder is bad. Duh. But I'd like to hear some of them acknowledge that, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have, really kind of placated to some of these people. Mm-hmm. And that's what they did. And that's what we're faced with now. And there's a sentiment out there, because I brought this up in previous live streams, and I hear people in the chat, and I don't blame them for saying it serves them right. I don't feel sorry that like Jimmy Kimmel getting canceled. Nobody felt sorry for Jimmy Kimmel getting canceled, or
no, not at all. I mean, he had it coming. I mean, these people have been playing with this woke fire, and if they get woke burned, I guess that's their tough luck, Gary.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I don't like it, even when it's people I don't like, but I can't say I'm sorry. Especially in the case of Jimmy Kimmel, who I kind of see as a turncoat, or he was a poser before with the Man Show and everything. And at least Ricky Gervais, has kind of stood his ground, and for some reason, nobody messes with him. There's certain people who just, David Chappelle, Ricky Gervais, Bill Burr, they're not going to get messed with, and that's good. That's good. But we need more people to call this stuff out. You saw what happened with Gina Carano over the week, right?
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God, that was insane, dude. That was dumb.
But it is dumb. But the thing is, what in the real world is the analog to what happens on Twitter? I mean, isn't it just that there are a bunch of loudmouths on Twitter? And people tend to give it credence, and in real life, what does it mean?
Nothing.
I mean, nothing.
Nothing.
Ignore it.
The only concern I have, and it's getting less every day, to be honest with you, is the corporations involved with owning our franchises, or yes, our franchises, the ones that we help make franchises.
Yes,
they put a lot of importance in Twitter. And they still do. Twitter can still, it has power over Disney. It's freaking incredible when you say it out loud. It sounds stupid as hell, but it's true. But you're right. If you walk away from it, and I'm not, the only reason I noticed Gina Carano was getting shit on Twitter is I watched a video on it, but it was ridiculous. There's also a good point to this, though. She stood up to it. And it exposed the assholes for what they were, because she put up an anti-Yahtzee picture and they complained about it. So it kind of showed what they were. I'm like, that's good. That was always nice. And they tried that with George R. Martin. But you're right. I mean, if you're just simply not there, it's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you might as well be disturbed by all the angels dancing on the head of one of your pins in your desk. I mean, you're not going to notice it. Who gives a shit? It's just astonishing. But I think people don't mess with Chappelle, and they don't mess with Gervais because they're too smart. They're too funny. And smart and funny is a very, very dangerous thing to fuck with.
Mm-hmm.
As someone who is also smart and funny, I ignore most things. But God help you if I actually get annoyed. You are playing with fire. If you actually get my attention, then I actually am annoyed, and I choose to single you out and to make an example of you. Well, you've lost the game, because you're gonna be very sorry. So I think Ricky Gervais and Chappelle are very much the same way. But there's not a lot of people out there. Bill Burr is another one that's like that. Comedians are a dangerous target. Unfortunately, most comedians are kind of woke these days, Unfortunately, the kind of corporate friendly ones out there. I mean, there aren't a lot of Chappelles and Gervaises in the world because they speak their mind, and it's in a time when it's dangerous to speak your mind. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that we need more strong, independent, non-woke voices. And I'm not saying, on one side or the other, but people that see the humor in all aspects of life. The right, so-called right side, the so-called left side. I mean, people who are equal opportunity mockers. I think we need more people like that, independent thinkers.
Yeah, I mean, the world. Oh God, we miss George Carlin and Bill Hicks.
That's what I was thinking. Bill Hicks.
Yep.
I was thinking Bill Hicks. You would not want to fuck with either.
Fuck no, he would destroy you. And
Yes.
that guy was instrumental in my life. My friend Doug introduced me to him. He was on a Rodney Dangerfield special. That was the first time I saw him, and blew me away. And by the time I had heard of him, he was dead. It was when I was working at the warehouse in the early 90s, and that pancreatic cancer took him quick. But dude, I mean, I didn't know how big he was in the UK. I went to this was in the early 2000s. I went to a record store or CD store, music store in the UK, and they had this huge Bill Hicks section there. I'm like, whoa, really cool. Bought a bunch of import stuff there, and yeah, we I guess the closest thing we have to him is Chappelle, honestly. I don't agree with Chappelle on everything. And yeah, but we don't have somebody as hardcore as Bill Hicks. I used to like Patton Oswalt. I hate to say that now, but I used to like him a lot. About 15 years ago, freaking hate the dude now. He's going after individuals, going after people in the whole comic scene. You saw that he went after Comicsgate. Which is such a petty thing to do for a guy who's really rich and in a mansion and, has got plenty of gigs and not much to worry about. But yeah, I guess they're really bored. I guess the celebrities are really bored. I don't feel bad for them. Fuck them. And they brought a lot of this shit on. And, that's going to be the tough thing to cover over the next few months, because we still love pop culture. I still love movies. Yeah. I still love TV. I love comic books and stuff, but it's with comic books, with modern comic books, I can't buy them anymore. I just can't. It's against my principles to buy them now. I will be supporting all the people who support cancel culture, who support the destruction of this country, the destruction of the system. I don't want to give them a penny. But I have to cover stuff over the next 6 months too. And right. I'm starting to see it. I mean, listen, we knew these times were going to get political. We're not going to get political in the show, but these times are getting political, right? And we're seeing people, understandably so, kind of get into their camps right now. And a lot of people are just F Hollywood. They're completely over it. I mean, anything. And I don't blame them. It kind of reminds me of that third season of Legion. I told you about it. I loved Legion. You loved Legion. We watched the first 2 seasons. We're like, it's a good show. I think it was 10 minutes into the first show of the third season. There's some woke intersectional comment, and I just never watched it again. I'm done. So I think there's a lot of people out there like that. Hollywood has to be careful that people are just going to be done. They don't need it, Hollywood. We don't need it. We've just found out we can go 6 months without going to see a movie. I mean, it sucks, but I'm still breathing.
Absolutely. And we have a rich heritage of films in the past. I can tell you, I have watched stuff my whole life. I mean, I can't even tell you how much of my life I have invested or / wasted on watching everything that I can find. And I've watched maybe, optimistically, and I know this is probably an egotistical figure, but 40% of what there is out there. Probably the truth is more like 10%. You know what I mean? As much as because there's so much great stuff in the past. Directors that are famous that I've hardly watched, but a handful of their films, foreign films, anime. Just recently, I watched Death Sport. Did you ever watch Death Sport?
No.
Oh, it's a 1978 Roger Corman movie starring
I've heard
David
of it.
Carradine. I mean, it was so bad, but it was also so good that it was just like, guys, basically death sport was like death race. It's set in the year 3000. There's been a Holocaust. There's the technological people that live in a kind of a dome city, and then there's these kind of pseudo barbarians riding around. David Carradine was a pseudo barbarian with a big plexiglass transparent sword with a plastic red hilt. and it had like full frontal female nudity. It had heads getting lopped off, and the death sport was motorcycles. It was motorcycles, with cheap fronts glued onto them, and every once in a while they go pew pew and they'd shoot a laser. It was great.
That's awesome.
It was great. I'd never seen it. I'd never heard it. There are 50 million weird cult cool 70s and 80s like stuff out there that I've never seen in my life. And I was happy as a pig, and you know what, watching that movie. So, dude, we don't need Hollywood.
No, we don't.
We don't need Hollywood at effing all.
No, I've gotten down this rabbit hole of I'm right there with you. It's like I've got kind of a big black hole in my comic collection. A lot of older DC. I've been a Marvel guy, and that's going to take me the rest of my life to read that stuff. Depending on how much I got left, I'm not getting any younger over here. But
we got to find a way to stop aging and live forever.
Sitting in your house and for months might contribute to that. I mean, the risks are down anyway. So
I know it, man. It just sucks. But listen, in terms of books,
yeah,
I have in my lair probably more books than I can read in my lifetime. Like I used to go and get, I want to read this. I want to read this. There's piles and piles of stuff down in the caves of Xanadu. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've got my friend Hunter sent me all of Steptoe and Son, which is a British series from 1962 that ran 14 years, and it was what Sanford and Son was based on here. And I'd never even heard of it.
Never heard of it either.
58 hours of this now.
I didn't know Sanford and Son was based on something.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. In the first episode, it's like this old guy and his young son, and they run a rags business, with a cart drawn by a horse. And in the first episode, his son says, "I'm leaving you. You understand, Dad? I'm leaving you." And he goes, "And my heart. This is the big
no
one."
way.
He didn't say, "I'm coming home, Elizabeth." But yeah.
Hilarious.
I
did not know that. There you go. Now I believe it. And
you didn't know that.
No.
And I didn't know that. There's a wealth of stuff in the world. A wealth of things. We never have to go see another new movie again, people.
No.
Dig, get creative. You don't even have to get off of your couch to watch Death Sport. I think it's available out there.
It probably is.
I had somebody sent it to me on disc, but I think I've seen it before on Amazon. Get creative, guys. Get creative.
Because Hollywood is.
Yeah,
no, we're gonna have to. I mean, we're just gonna flat out have to. They're not going to be able to produce anything, and what they're going to produce now is going to be shite. I don't think there's any question. At least most. I don't know about all the companies, but most of them are going to go completely woke. I don't know if I'm sure you heard the Disney's earning report, which it was kind of a big nothing to me. We heard they borrowed a lot of money, and they're going to have to borrow a lot more, and they're fucked because nobody can go to their park. So I don't know how they're going to make anything, but apparently they're still getting money because they're spending less or something like that. CBS Viacom did an earnings report, and they said they're doing pretty good. Again, I don't know how that's possible, but sure. Probably because people are at home watching their streaming service. That's going to get rebranded. But I'm sure you've heard the news. There's still no international distributor for Star Trek Lower Decks. Doesn't look like there's going to be one. And as each day goes by, the series loses value. Well, it wasn't valuable in the first place, but after the first nanosecond, it lost value.
It loses value, Gary, in the same way that a pile of dog poop loses value to, say, flies. As it sits there for a few days and it hardens in the sun and loses its freshness, its daisy freshness, the flies come around less and less.
They do.
I think that's a good analogy for Lower Decks.
Yeah. So do you want to start with Lower Decks or do you want to start with Umbrella Academy?
Well, I think you've been waiting to talk about Umbrella Academy, so maybe we should shift and discuss that.
We'll get to Lower Decks, folks. Don't worry. We got a big show today. I've been dying to talk about the Umbrella Academy, and it's not out of pure excitement. I thought it was good. 7 out of 10, but it had like major problems that didn't need to exist. And I think it's worth talking about because you're not going to hear it. See, this is the only place you're going to hear this get brought up is with Doomcock or yours truly or in our sphere. You're not going to hear any other Access Media reviewer bring this up. If they did, I'd be surprised if they did, other than just praise, the absolute praise. And it's the two, basically, I mean, there's the woke storytelling. Even though it's in reference in the time, it was unnecessary. It derailed a couple of characters and it made a show that was supposed to be kind of pure fun, unfun. And that was my biggest problem with it. Again, it still got a passing grade because of number 5, Aidan Gallagher is the kid's name. He's fucking brilliant.
He really is good. I think of him as an old man.
Yeah.
I think of him. I watch it. Now that you said he's a kid, I thought, well, and then I'm like, yeah, I guess he is. They haven't done it with CGI. He actually is a kid. He acts so much that character. Brilliantly said, Gary. I mean, I just had a gaslight moment because I think, well, I mean, he's a kid. He is a kid in real life. Yeah. He's a kid.
He's a kid who plays a 58-year-old man, and you buy into it. I completely 100%. Buy into it. He's got that world weariness about him, the confidence of a 50, because when you're in your 50s, there's, you give less fucks as time goes on. Okay. There's certain things that, when I was 20, I would spurg out about, and I would look back at my 20-year-old self now and go, just calm down, shithead. And he's got it. He does it. And he owns the show. He absolutely carries the show. And honestly, the reason I gave it a passing grade, and we'll get to, is the last 2 episodes were great, and they it rallies at the end, but starts out really fucking slow. And I just want to get to 5. That's all I want to get to is 5. And the other character I liked a lot from season 1 was Klaus, was completely misused in this episode and kind of a nothing, other than a good performance, but not given a whole lot to do. No. And then there's repeated storylines. That's a Netflix thing, by the way. I don't know. I mean, I know this is a show. I don't know if I think it's a Netflix production, but Steve Blackman's the showrunner. Okay. So he's been involved with Fargo, with Altered Carbon season 1, with Legion season 1 and 2. So he's been involved in shows we like, but susceptible to the current year wokeness. And, it just wasn't necessary for this fucking show at all. Because honestly, are you going to learn something about any ism from Umbrella Academy, which is kind of a bonkers comic book? I mean, it kind of approaches storytelling the same way Doctor Who does, it's got a very loose canon. It's got a huge world where they don't give you a lot of details. They just say there's a time commission, how it works. We got a machine. That's it. And that's fine. Yeah. That works. That works for me. It works for the world. It works for the universe. And, some of the things they did that were genuine, like the genuine, God, I hate fuck. They have me talking like this. This identity politics bullshit it's just bullshit. That's the best way I can put it. But I have to use their language. So there was genuine inclusivity and diversity in this. There was some gender swaps that nobody had a problem with. Because whatever, who cares? And it makes sense. If you're adopting a bunch of kids around the world, it would make sense that they would be different nationalities. So that's an improvement from the book, I would say. and it's not that big of a deal, honestly. Now, the one
it wasn't until this season where we started getting into all these little side parts with the out of the blue lesbian married love affair, the out of the blue, civil rights. I mean, it's just, we have to be taught something. Mm-hmm. It's like at the end of Super Friends where we have to be, well, what did we learn today, kids? I didn't learn a damn thing. There's nothing in there I haven't really seen before. I've seen stuff about civil rights done better. I've seen stuff about gay relationships done better in Brokeback Mountain. Season 1. I mean, this is not breaking any new ground.
Season 1 did it great with Carlos. Okay, quick context. Carlos accidentally gets thrown back in time randomly because he gets kidnapped, and then he gets a time agent's case, and he ends up in the middle of Vietnam. And this is a selfish drug addict shithead, and he meets a guy, and it like levels him. It does something to him. And the guy dies, right? And it has an impact on his life because he spent a year with this guy, and he liked him so much he stayed in a fucking war for him. But when he came back, he was a different person, and that made the relationship mean something. Actually, you didn't need to go back there. It was dumb to go back there. It was a waste of time. And I think it was just, hey, we have a chance to do it, so let's do it. And plus, we can have 2 gay storylines in our story.
Isn't that special? And it was so special.
Yeah. And then, of course, that would be fine if so the Ellen Page gay story, we saw it coming a mile away. It was boring as fuck. And by the way, they switched something from the comic. All right. So in I don't want to ruin the comic. One of the Umbrella Academy has a kid in Dallas. All right. Because they messed around. And I think that's what Harlan ended up being. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's what they switched that up. But that, of course, that wasn't from the comics. The white violin in the comics is so much better because, I mean, Ellen Page is just mopey. But the relationship did nothing. It was boring. It was just there to be there. And it would have been better if the dad was cool. That would have made it more complex. If you were going to like actually go there, have the wife with a husband who treats the kid nice, who treats her nice, and she just happens, but they can't do that. So they have to portray the dad always as an asshole, and they end up fucking, sorry, spoiler, they just kill the guy at the end. Whatever, we just killed him. It's fucking terrible.
You're right, but I mean, that was one of the things that drove me crazy, is that actually he wasn't an asshole. I mean, they had him be a guy that's a little bit of a blowhard, as guys back then were, because there was certain a macho kind of a machismo to salesmen and to guys that had to make a living out there on the street. I mean, look at David Mamet's Glenn Ross, for example. He's just a blowhard, but he's not a cruel man. He's not he wasn't the best. He
wasn't a good father. I mean, like, they didn't portray him as a good dad who actually, had cared for his kid. He was just like, if that kid said something, I'll, what did he say? I'll buy him something.
Well, but that actually is kind of how they were back then, to some extent.
Not all dads.
Not all, no, but it wasn't. He hadn't done anything.
It was a bad dad trope. To me, I mean, he was off drinking and leaving her alone. When he said he was out doing business, he was actually at the titty bar getting drunk. Just typical. And
well, there is that.
Guys did that. Absolutely, yes. But not every fucking guy. But every dad in Hollywood will do that. That's exactly how they'll portray it. Try to do something a little different. Shit, you're doing something different here. You're showing a lesbian story in the 60s, which they did exist too, by the way. It's not like gay people were just invented in the 90s. I think
I hated it, and it was awful, dude. He didn't, even doing that, he didn't deserve.
No, he didn't deserve to die.
They acted like he was the bad guy.
Yes,
they were acting like they were right to be running around behind him and planning to take the kid. And I mean, no. And he hadn't done anything to deserve that.
He wanted to take the kid to the asylum. He genuinely. So for one, her name is Vanya, right? and they thought she was a Russian spy. And yeah, that would make sense back then, honestly. And you had to be careful because it turns out there were Russian spies. I love how Hollywood loves to play that everybody was being paranoid back in the 60s. And now history has shown that you had every right to be paranoid back in the 60s because they had spies fucking everywhere. And they actually did infiltrate Hollywood, which is fucking hilarious. So they thought she was a spy and everything. But yeah, when he was going to take his kid to the asylum, it might have not been the best move, but it's not worth the wife pulling a gun on him and then killing him, and then she's the good guy. So yeah, it was that whole perspective.
It was like, woo, that was cathartic. I'm so glad that happened, right?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is up with that? And that's
great.
Hollywood values right there.
Well, he's a trash piece of garbage. He's a white male, disposable.
Yeah, disposable white male. It wasn't shown with any complexity. That's the thing, is he was just kind of a one-note bad dad, just like Elliot, the UFO conspiracy theorist, was just this spazzy idiot that, like, when he died, I felt nothing for.
Oh yeah, that was awful.
It was,
and he was another white male.
Yep. So
he was disposable.
And Luther was treated like shit throughout the whole time. Now he kind of Luther kind of goes on the deep end in the comic. He overeats a little bit, but he's still confident in times. He's not a total fucking idiot. So I thought he could have been done better. And I thought Klaus's storyline was wasted. Diego, I thought, in the beginning, I didn't like his storyline. It felt repeated again from the first season, where he was just kind of following the cop around. And she was leading him around on a leash, but his character rallied at the end, I thought, for me. Anyway, I thought he did a very good job. All the acting is pretty good, except for the hammed up UFO conspiracy guy and the one-dimensional dad. But even Ray, Allison's husband in the civil rights storyline, right? At least he was a good actor. He did decent with what he had, which was nothing. He was just this soulful saint that really did nothing wrong. And then, how they did him at the end, though, man. They made him a Manzel in distress at the end. Like, this guy planned to sit in at a whites-only restaurant, right? He planned all this shit. So he's going to stand up to the whole entire system in Dallas. And he knows about the superheroes at this point, and he's already fought some of the Swedes. Somebody time travels into his living room, and he starts having a nervous breakdown. I'm like, what the fuck? Come on. Yeah. There's, every dude had a little bit of a problem, to the point where it was noticeable. Now, did it kill the whole story? No. I'm just picking out the bad right now, and that's the bad for me.
Well, it was a constant source of irritation. Yeah. It would yank you out. I mean, we'd cut to, Ellen Page and what's her name with their, longing gazes, and I'd roll my eyes and say, oh my God, not again. And the Allison storyline, I'm sorry, but look, it seems to me that the Umbrella Academy, as they were shooting it, has been something fairly fanciful. Mm-hmm. I mean, it really is kind of like a little bit of Willy Wonka, a little bit of Lemony Snicket. It's a kind of a carnival of sorts. It's a fun little romp. But if you're going to start bringing in shit like, the civil rights movement and stuff like that, where you are screwing around in time without any thought or care as to how you're going to change it, and you're doing it half-assed. Yep. That's the real thing. I mean, when they are beating her husband and everything, and she won't use her voice.
Come on.
I mean, so are you committed to the damn thing or are you not? I mean, it just, I was like, oh, come on. And it's like, oh no, well, she doesn't want to do that anymore. Then, you're either in the struggle or you're out of the struggle. You're either married to this guy and care about him or you're not. And it just this wimpy ass little, oh, well, I'm traipsing around time. I'm going to not worry about changing the timeline. I'm not lying low. I'm just going to do whatever the fuck I want. But you won't do that. Well, that's just right special. When they're beating him and she's like, if I could interject it, never mind. I'll bail you out, hun. It's like, no. That I Huge problem with that.
Yeah. No, that makes all the sense of the world. If you're going to be, if you're not going to use it, don't use it. I mean, that's the impact of it. Like, she has to watch, and that's the drama of it. She has to watch all this horror, and she's got this power that can change anything, anytime. But she worries too much about the consequences, and that's a good worry to have. But yeah, if you're just using it willy nilly, and then she goes ahead and use it on a guy to kill his own brother, it's they're in danger, but like, then why not use it?
It's just
before?
very inconsistent. You know what I'm saying? They need to either shit or get off the pot. Either you really are interjecting yourself into the timeline, or you're trying to preserve the integrity of the timeline.
Well, exactly. And it is a power that presents way too many problems narratively, and that's why they had her have a slash. I mean, in the comics, she loses the ability to talk. So, because like you can't, I mean, this power could solve every problem. It's kind of like when you pointed out Thanos, when he has the Infinity Gauntlet and he's got the Reality Stone, it's like, story's over.
Yes.
He's got the Reality Stone. He could change reality anytime he wants. So anytime somebody beats Thanos, and again, Doomcock pointed this out at first, I didn't even fucking think about it. Thanos is forgetting he's got the Reality Stone that could change any event that he wants to. He's God at that point. So and she is too. She could have just rumored all of those cops, all of those white people, and all of Dallas, just spent a day in her car going, I heard a rumor you love black people. I heard a rumor you love black, and then done. It's over with.
Hell yes.
And why not? But that's the part.
Are you in or you out?
That's exactly why you don't go to Rosa Parks and Doctor Who, or go to Tulsa and Watchmen, or do this. You end up being exploitive, and it doesn't. And it for one. You're right. This show is like a Harry Potter meets X-Men meets Willy Wonka. It's a surreal out there show, the same as Legion was. You don't get that serious in a show like this. This is supposed to be otherworldly.
Fantasy. It's
pure
fanciful.
Fantasy, yeah.
That's what it really is.
It's
Not
fun.
even. It's fanciful.
It was a fun show. I mean, like, even with the dark stuff, it was fun. Like, if you look at Sir Reginald Hargreaves. Okay, you want to know what? Sir Reginald Hargreaves, I'm going to try to do this off the top of my head, is a scientist. He has won the Nobel Prize for his work with the cerebral advancement of chimpanzees. He's also a gold medalist in fencing. He's invented the levitator, the umbrella communicator, and Crispy Crisp cereal or something like that. He's also an alien. He has a talking chimpanzee. He's got a bodyguard, which they don't have in here, and he has a ship that is powered by a dead Egyptian pharaoh.
Right.
That's it. That's fanciful. Right. It's fanciful. It's fun. And then you take all that and you go, here's the civil rights movement. And then you don't do anything with it, and it just ends up being boring. And you want
boring and just heaped on it like a layer of icing on a fucking steak. I mean, it just the two things don't go together. I mean, cake icing is delightful in its context. Steak is delightful in its context, and you're trying to sandwich together two things that one is fanciful, one is serious. You just can't make it work. It's sad. Kate Walsh. I thought was the perfect tone. Every time she would come on, it was a reminder of how this thing is supposed to be.
Yep.
With the pneumatic tubes popping up everywhere. Very Lemony Snicket, very Lemony Snicket. The goldfish in the bowl of the head of the guy.
That's Hellboy.
Perfect.
Straight up
exactly
Hellboy.
Correct. And then you've got Harlan, and you've got the lesbian love thing, and you've got the civil rights thing, and all of them are done in a half-ass way that doesn't satisfy or have any kind of dramatic, compelling quality to it. It's sad.
No, you know what? That's a great point. It'll be like putting civil rights movement in Hellboy in that universe, because I kind of imagine that Umbrella Academy, since this Dark Horse takes place in the same universe.
Yeah,
you could. Yeah. Carmichael is straight up a Hellboy character. And yeah, it's not necessary. It really isn't. Just because you're in the 60s, you could have mentioned it. And then there's the inconsistency. And Az pointed this out. Right? I like to give people, when people make a big, what I think of is a major point, I like to give them credit. I don't want to take their, but Az from Heel versus Babyface pointed out that, okay, why isn't Lila experiencing the same things Allison is? She is a dark-skinned lady in the 60s, in segregated 60s. Nobody's given her a second thought. Or Diego.
Right.
But they're messing with Allison. See, that's not consistent because they would mess with Diego and they would mess with Lila. But not everybody. See, that's the thing is, I wasn't alive in the 60s, but I know not everybody was down with the segregation. Not everybody.
No, they were not. And that was another reason why I couldn't watch that show that was a few years back that lasted one season. I think it was called, I don't know, Timelines or something like that, where there was this team of time travelers hopping around, and one of them was black. And, they would jump into a different time and nobody would have any problem with, all the stuff that, there's a lot of racism and stuff out in the world and in the past. And so when you had a black character going and doing all this stuff, every single time you would be dealing with this kind of racism and stuff that, that they have to brush over. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And there's a way you could explain it. Like with Lila, you could have just said there's a perception filter around her as part of the time agency because we're an inclusive and diverse corporation and we're equal opportunity employers, but we know that we might put some of our employees in compromising positions. Like if we had a modern day situation where a black employee had to go to, I don't know, China in 2018, he might have a problem. So there's a low level perception filter. You can steal it from Doctor Who, where it just basically makes people not trip on it. Like they see that it doesn't change your race or anything. It just makes people not trip on that one particular thing.
Right. And you could have some really funny little things. It's like Sam in a Quantum Leap, where, like she goes up to somebody and asks something and the guy like replies and we see from his point of view that this is a elderly white man and he's a banker. And he's got like a derby on, so he's very respectable. And you could have had that speech that would have made the point about racism in the past, make the point, and then move on and not let it ruin. In fact, let it enhance the fancifulness of the whole proceeding by being able to then cast, different characters as that character for one or two shots or whenever it is funny. And then that would be cool. That would make the point. But no, we have to be clubbed over the head with this identity politics crap. And, it gets so old, Gary. It's so tiresome. It's not entertaining. It's not intriguing. It's not enlightening. It's shit we've seen over and over and over again. And it's just dull. Yep.
And it took something that could have been the best show of the year, because season one was damn near perfect. I think it was just great. And it made it average.
Yeah.
It made 7 out of 10. Again, 7 out of 10. It's the good outweighed the bad because the last 2 episodes of the season rallied and Diego actually, my God, how many people knew he could stop a bunch of bullets? But he did it. So it was cool. And then Kate Walsh as the handler is just fucking great. And Lila actually ended up being a better character at the end once you got context of finding out what she was. It made sense.
Right.
And I was okay with that. And plus, they didn't make her, she showed vulnerability at the end, which is so rare in a female character these days. So that was good to see. So the good still outweighed the bad, but man, the bad damn near derailed the show. I did when the farm, I watched it all the way through once and I was watching it again for my review and I fucking fast forwarded through all the farm scenes. I'm like, man. A lot of it is will they, won't they, will they, won't they? Oh, you're such a cool person. So are you. And then they just make out. It's well, I mean, are we get, remember when we used to get at least sex scenes out of these? It's
no, we don't.
It's supposed to be
get anything.
Actual love story with Ellen Page, who's got the acting range of this cup. You know,
I was going to say she has the emotional resonance of a bucket of beige paint. She's not interesting. I don't know how she keeps getting work.
Top billing on this. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? She worked as Vanya in season 1 as this really super shy, quiet, repressed person. And then she's supposed to be a bad guy after that, right? So, and she doesn't, like, when she's in the scenes where let's go get tacos, and she's like trying to be, she does, sticks out like a sore thumb in those scenes. At least, the actress plays Allison is a charming actress. She's got personality. So when she's not in these like really dull scenes, she's good. Like I said, the acting's good. There's just 1/3 of the entire series could have been cut out. Like, it was just boring.
And it was. And I don't even know. I guess probably 7 out of 10 is probably, I might even rate it a little lower, because honestly, each episode leading up, I think, to the last three. Was like the kind of thing where I was watching it out of obligation rather than feeling compelled to. Like, there would be like, I'd like, yeah, it's good, but Death Sport, there's comic story, there's work to do. I was not narratively propelled through the show. It took me days and days to get through it. Whereas, something great, I'll watch in a day.
Season 1, I watched in a day.
Yeah. I just was not fascinated or compelled. But again, we needed more of the stuff, like for the paradox paranoia, the paradox paradigm where the symptoms of you're getting paranoid, the scratching, and then
that was
the
awesome
parts. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. I had a huge problem with all the shit about Kennedy and Kennedy this and then Kennedy that. Dude, if Kennedy lived, that's the problem. I mean, that's not really a big mystery, is it? Kennedy died. If Kennedy doesn't die, and the Russians are in the street and there's nukes going off, that probably is because Kennedy didn't die. And so Diego is really that stupid of like, I got to save Kennedy. I got to save. Really? I mean, is he that dumb? Dude?
He gets smarter. He gets smarter as the season goes on, but you're right. Like, the first few episodes, Diego was, it's like, it's almost offensively. If you want to go there, if you want to play identity politics, why are you treating the Latin guy like that? Why are you treating him so dumb? Why do you always treat him so dumb? So it's okay. It's okay to completely ist if it's a man. See, that's what we said. You and I both had this conversation. It's like, it's going to go way past white dudes. It's going to go way past white guys, and it already had. Mm-hmm. But Diego again rallies at the end because the actor's good, and he actually has a lot of heart. So it turns around, and then when he goes to the time agency and he figures some shit out on his own. So, and if they hadn't have done that, I'd have been pissed, but they did that, and it did rally the character. Cause he figures out that it's Vanya. It's always going to be Vanya. It always will be Vanya. Yeah. And it was pretty easy. Kennedy had to die, but in the beginning, he's like, he said, I want to go back in time and get the German guy too. So too much emotion, but it almost was too much. It really was. Mm-hmm. It came real close. I was getting bored with it. I didn't like it. See, that's the one thing I didn't like in season 1 was him being the little lapdog to that cop until they killed the cop. I'm like, okay, kind of, you got to see things in context. Again, season 1, fucking great, good stuff. This is a Emmy consideration thing. So they don't have it on Blu-ray or anything. But
no, but it is good, dude. But look at how men are treated in this thing. Look at how the men are treated. Let's be methodical about it.
Sure.
Hargreaves is, he's an alien, but still,
yep.
For all intents and purposes, he's the classic colonialist white male.
Yes.
And he is contemptible, absolutely contemptible. You've got, number 1, who is a a complete. Is a kind of a numbskull. He's kind of a numbskull. You've got the conspiracy guy who is taken out like the trash. You've got 3 horrible Dutch guys, or what were they? Swedes.
The Swedes.
Yeah, Swedes that were awful. You've got Diego is treated, like I said, kind of a dummy. Where for half the series he thinks he's gonna. Well, actually, even more. He still wants to save Kennedy at the end. Bad move. They go ahead and the small guy at the Time Commission gets bullied by Lila, gets slammed up against the wall, and what do you know? And treating him like absolute shit.
Yeah.
Harlan, was Harlan the kid?
Harlan's the little kid, and
he's damaged. Dad, like you said, is not exactly a shining example of masculinity or humanity. The husband of Allison gets turned into a manzel at the end. I mean, on and on and on. The only positive role model is a male whose balls hasn't dropped yet. That's the only reason that he's allowed to be cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. He's the only man in the whole thing. Like the real fucking man is the kid.
It's only because his balls haven't dropped. The minute they dropped, that's it.
Yeah. They like it because it's cute to them. But there's even that scene where Lila is dancing with Diego and they flip the male, like she starts leaving him.
Yes, I rolled my eyes. It's like, come on.
And that's the scene they chose to put into the trailer. And it's not like this is all lost on us, and it's unnecessary. We like these characters. It's completely unnecessary, but Hollywood likes to see what they can get away with. And I don't know what the fuck is behind wanting to reverse roles. You're just ruining shit. That's all you're doing. You're ruining shit. It's not going to work. Listen, you're going against, it's like going against the fucking ocean and the wind. This isn't a construct, folks. This isn't a fucking construct. We're different. Men and women are different. We have different interests. We like different things. There's nothing wrong with that. There are outliers out there. And guess what? There's nothing wrong with you. Okay, there's nothing wrong with being an outlier, of being a non-traditional male or female. You can identify with however you want. But when you start reversing when we start denying science, and they're the ones calling people science deniers. When you're basic nature, it's like, okay, it's not going to work. You're going uphill. You're going upstream. Why do you think comic book sales are cratering? Why do you think people aren't look what sports just did? Sports went woke. It's going to go fucking broke quick. People are not messing around with this shit. People are really pissed off about their system being under attack and their leisure being taken away. And if you're just going to fill all of it with politics all the time and not give us a motherfucking break, we will walk away. We will. And it won't be a problem. And it looks like nature is kind of doing it for us. Sometimes the universe tends to unfold as it should. Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it sucks. But Hollywood's finding out, and they will find out when things open up back, and they will. They're done. You're going to be surprised at how many people don't go to a movie theater. They're like, and it's not even about feeling safe. There'll be a point where that'll end and they'll just be like, I haven't gone. It's kind of a pain in the ass. It's expensive. And I got stuff on VOD now, Oh, and fuck Hollywood.
No, they are breaking them out of the habit. But I mean, even more insidiously, I've made this point many, many times in my videos. The reversing of roles that is meant to show, like Lila is empowered now because she's leading the dance with Diego. That is not empowerment.
No, it's not.
That is not empowerment. What that actually is prioritizing masculine traits over feminine traits. They are not actually letting women be women and succeed as women with feminine virtues, which are every bit as valuable as masculine aggression, masculine physical strength, masculine combat savvy. Women have patience. They have forbearance. They have wisdom. These are like the opposite side, the yin and the yang of human existence. And to denigrate wisdom, patience, forbearance, inner strength, spiritual strength, feminine virtues like that, because it's not so visual, because you can't get excited. You can't get all the dummies out there excited. Oh, Captain Marvel is a strong woman because she is like acting like every fucking asshole, commando guy out there. That is prioritizing and putting on a pedestal masculine traits over feminine traits. It is not supporting women. It is not feminism. It is a negation of feminism because it prioritizes masculinity in all forms. And I think it's kind of fucking sick. And I think it is an insult to women that they have to go ahead and be said that they have to be able to kick ass and knock a 200-pound man down when they weigh 80 pounds with their amazing kung fu, which is the bestest ever. And then some girl on the playground thinks, oh yeah, I can stand up to boys, and then they get a punch in the nose. I mean, this is a denial, fundamental denial of reality. It is a fundamental discrimination against the greatness and the wonder of femininity in women as women. It is saying that if a woman has going to be strong, quote, strong, she's got to be a combat pilot. She's got to be a cop. She's got to be every bit as brusque and obnoxious as your typical, like, Dirty Harry in a movie, which, don't get me wrong, I love Dirty Harry, but not everybody in the world needs to be Dirty Harry to have worth.
No.
That's the problem.
No. And then, sorry, there's also the verisimilitude of it. When I see a 80-pound girl try to act like Dirty Harry, it's ridiculous, and it takes you right out of the story. And I actually laugh. It's funny. It's funny how bad it is. Listen. How many shows now have girl boss?
All of them.
Like
all
they
of them.
Fucking all do.
All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
It was
holy shit. Look at Star Trek Lower Decks. The captain is a woman of color, and Maki Spock is her daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went and did a little search of all the girl bosses there are now. They're all the sassy or girl boss who are heads of organizations, and it was easy. It took me 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I looked long and hard for a dude who was in charge, who was a good guy.
Right.
Couldn't find anything past, there was Nick Fury, but he's been lost to us since Captain Marvel.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just, it's non-existence, and it's funny. It's funny at this point, because it's been going on for so long. I mean, Doctor Who was doing this in 2009, 10. No, after 10. They were doing a little bit in 10 too. Yeah, because they did in 10. Yeah, so they were doing it in 2009. That's when it started. So it's been going on for like a decade where they don't even show a dude in power. And if it is, he's really, really bad. And then, but they even want to show, even if it's the evil organization, they want to have a woman in power, which is fine once in a while, but it's like fucking every time now. And the boys did the big, gender swap for that too. So it's just like a trope now at this point, It's
yep,
and it doesn't help anything. And you didn't need it in the Umbrella Academy. The Umbrella Academy already had all that shit you wanted. You just overplayed your hand, and you're right. Listen. It won't be as watched as the first season. People can just say it's better. That it's nowhere near as good as season 1, like not even close. And it'll be a memory pretty soon, and that's too bad because of that binge model. But it was a wasted opportunity to have something fun. So it was half fun. I had half fun with it, and if I watched it again, I would skip like big parts of episodes. Because I don't want to see Ellen Page on the farm. I mean, like, it was so predictable. I know the kid's going to run away and she's going to end up saving the kid. Oh, and they transferred the power and he's going to end up being a bad guy now because he's a kid, even though his mom had an affair right in front of him and killed his fucking dad when he was trying to just help his kid in the only way he knew how at the time. Okay. And you're right. They got caught up in judging, you know, if you're going to be in the 60s, you got to be aware of the ideals back then. And taking your kid to the asylum wasn't necessarily always, we're just trying to get rid of them. That was like the only fucking option you had. And in some cases, especially when the kid's like blowing up the barn. So,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not saying it was the best decision in the world, but like pointing a gun at the husband while the kid's in the car.
Right.
How's that okay?
And you got to be a really good shot to make sure you don't accidentally hit the kid. But yeah, what the hell? Anyway, Mother of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
That was ridiculous. And it was supposed to be cathartic when he dies. Like there isn't a tear shed. Not a tear shed.
No. And you know what? Reginald Hargreaves is like one of the most popular characters in the show. And and it's because he's fucking right. You know what? He's a dick, but even at the funeral for Ben, he's a complete dick, but he's not wrong. He adopted these kids for the apocalypse. I'm not here to be your papa. I'm here to prepare you for saving the world. It sucks that you got picked, but that's the way it is. And so he gives this little pep talk, like, I want you to remember number 6 is death. So you don't ever feel that again. And he's not wrong with what he said. He just said it as a dick.
It's true, but I think he had a hand in creating the apocalypse that he was trying to thwart by being so inhuman to the kids, not really giving them the kind of stuff that they needed to bond together on an emotional level. I think they wouldn't have been as dysfunctional, and ultimately he caused it with his lack of humanity. But he was doing the best he could. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and we still, not even in the comics, we don't know the whole story yet. Are
they still doing the comic?
Yeah. The next one's supposed to be the Sparrow Academy. The last one that came out was Hotel Oblivion. And I don't know if they were going to do sequels until it got picked up for the show, because they had only done Dallas and the Apocalypse Suite.
Right.
It had been years. It had been 6 years.
Yeah. But I've got like the original storyline of Umbrella Academy. It was good.
Oh yeah. If you get your hands on this free comic book day one, that one's worth a few bucks.
Nice.
Yeah, that's their first appearance technically. So, no, the art's good. It's a good story. I like it. I love Reginald Hargreaves, the guy who plays him. Colm Fiore, I think his name is.
Yeah,
fucking great. The guy is great. And Kate Walsh is great. They both chew the fuck out of their scenery. But Aidan Gallagher owns the show. If they just did a show of him, if you did a spinoff of just call it number 5, I'm fucking in. I am.
Yeah,
in.
no, it would be great.
Yep.
It would be great. And I have to say, almost uniformly, maybe with the exception of Ellen Page, I think that the cast is excellent. I think any problems that there are in terms of the scripting, in terms of the interjection of woke stuff, I think they're all really well cast and beautifully done. Although I think the best out of all of them, the whole length of the series, I think Pogo's was my
awesome
favorite character. I mean, I was stunned at how beautifully animated Pogo is. I mean, it was the nuance of expression that was good. Pogo seemed alive to me, and I was blown away by his quiet dignity and the depth of his performance. I was absolutely blown away.
No, I love the whole concept of after the funeral and they go back and mom's a robot and we find out she's based on and Diego's relationship with the robot mom was I thought that was brilliant.
It was great.
It was fucking
good. Was beautiful. It was a great show. I have a weird thought that is not even a theory, but it's an odd thought that struck me. And I wanted to share it with you and see if there's any way that it could be worked out. You know that Kate Walsh, her character, the handler, had this very weird, flirtatious affection and even sexual attraction to number 5.
Yes.
I mean, it was very, very odd. It struck me that you never see this woman without like being the epitome of style and fashion, with outlandish wigs and outfits and stuff. And I'm just wondering, is there any way that she was the mannequin? Could she have been in some form, in some kind of way, the mannequin that 5 spent all those years in exile with? Because she sure seems skinny. She seems very mannequin-like to me. She seems like a mannequin that has come to life in some weird way.
The story, they could do that in the story and completely get away with it. If you do a flashback and you find out that, like, yeah, the mannequin was actually talking back to 5, I don't think that would take anybody out of the story. I think that would probably make sense if they went there.
Could she have been? Could it have been her way of monitoring him? Or could it have been that she was actually fucking there, but then retroactively he was brainwashed into thinking it was a mannequin all the time?
Maybe.
I mean, there could be all sorts of different ways, but she seemed very, very stiff, very fashionable. She seemed like a mannequin that came to life to me. And the more I think about it, I wonder if she's the mannequin.
She forgot, Melissa would know her name. She reminds me of one of those fucking designers. God, what's her name? I can't remember her name. One of them. That ends
Diane
up in Manhattan.
Furstenberg.
Yeah, that's what she reminds me of. But at least she's still a woman. See, I mean, she'll say some crap stuff, but she's still a woman. And that's the kind of power I can respect. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's a kind of a trippy part of
idea.
season 1 now doesn't exist. That's what sucks now, because they've changed the timeline. So part of our favorite season doesn't happen anymore. And they're in an alternate timeline with the Sparrow Academy. They showed a sparrow on a file. We got a Pogo origin, which was cool as hell, by the way. That was fucking great.
It was very good.
And Pogo draws a little kid's picture with crayon, and right next to it, there's one file with a sparrow on it. So that's probably got something to do with the Sparrow Academy. They're in an alternate timeline. There was 43 kids, remember, who were born on October 1st, 1989. We don't know what caused it, but they did show you something at the end of season 1 that, it took me a while to figure out what the fuck it was. So when it's in the second to last episode, Sir Reginald Hargreaves is watching his wife die.
Right.
On whatever planet he's originally from, and we're seeing it as humans. So we're seeing him as a human, but I don't think, I think that's just how our mind is supposed to interpret it in the story. And it shows him releasing some energy out of a jar while these rockets are taking off.
Yes.
That's him releasing the powers. So that's Anya's power. She got the bulk of it. She's kind of the Dr. Manhattan, Vanya. I keep saying Anya, Vanya, the Dr. Manhattan of the group. But there's not, see, that's the thing. There's not a ton of explanation. There's a lot left to the imagination, and that's why the story fucking works. It works better in a comic, to be honest with you, because shows tend to want to do stuff like put Vanya on a farm in a lesbian relationship for 4 or 5 episodes and bore the fuck out of you in a superhero show. That's what Hollywood does. They fucking suck, and that's why honestly, I rue the day they started making superhero movies. I know they make a lot of people happy, but they completely fucked my favorite medium. I would take it all back. I'd fucking everything, even Raimi's Spider-Man, even Donner's Superman, if I could have my comic books back. But they're gone forever. Oh, they fucked our medium fucking forever. Stupid corporate Hollywood, and now comic books are just made for this shit. And my God, how boring is it to read a fucking comic book about somebody eating at a table?
Oh, I know it, but I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I mean that you could say the same thing about Jaws and Star Wars. I mean, those are 2 timeless classics that were really the first huge mega blockbusters that made Hollywood completely change their paradigm and say, "Oh, wait a minute, we can have marketing tie-ins. We can have, we've got to make, blockbuster after blockbuster now. It's got to be big, big, big. I mean, before those movies, you had movies like Taxi Driver, and you had things like Apocalypse Now, and you had auteur cinema by Brian De Palma and Coppola, Scorsese. But then after that everything became Lucas and Spielberg. And so I mean, you could argue
on something. They weren't mining
and,
something. I mean, they were like they're mining comic books now, and it just took over them. And now people seek out writing in comic books because it doesn't pay very well to get their script sold. And honestly, it's an easier way to get your script sold these days than putting in a script where it gets lost. Honestly, I would say it's probably easier to make your own shit. Like make your own show on YouTube now. That would be easier than pitching a script or even writing a comic book. But you're not wrong. But they mined my medium. I knew it was going to happen. I did a podcast the day Marvel was bought by Disney, and I said comics are over. And everybody's like, am I not? They're over. They're done. They're like, this is going to fuck them forever. And it took a while, but I was right.
It's like success. Things that are truly great, like Jaws and Star Wars and Raimi's Spider-Man and Superman and stuff like that. Christopher Reeves. I mean, these things spawn lesser imitators driven by marketing departments that don't understand the appeal of the original, driven by greed, driven by corporations. The thing to do is to go back. If you're going to go back in time and erase anything, it would be to erase those marketing people and bankers and stuff that not the movies and I mean we would, good God, I mean losing Spider-Man, that's radical.
It is, but like I lost him in the comics. It cost me Spider-Man in the comics. It did in the long run.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
to some extent,
God, Peter Parker is unrecognizable.
Yes.
In the comic books now.
Yes,
and it's gone. And so that was a 50-year-old story, 60-year-old story that ended. It didn't need to end because Hollywood got their billion. They shat it out and it's gone. And there's not going to be any blockbusters. You were just there might be a return to R2 what is it? Auteur cinema. And auteur cinema. Because they're not going to be able to afford shit anymore, which, again, not sorry. I'm not sorry that's happening at all. It's sad, but we'll see how it plays out. Let's get a couple super chats in here. And then, the Umbrella Academy was frustrating. It was frustratingly good. That's the best way I can put it.
It really sporadically sparkled, but you had to really wade through a lot of dross to find those moments of luminance, and to me that it was almost not worth it. So yeah, I would say 6 or 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, there's honestly
probably 7. Probably 7.
There's 5 episodes of television in that 10. To be honest with you, there's and a waste of Robert. I think it's Robert Sheehan's. Klaus, who owned season 1 along with 5. Klaus was the shit in season 1. He was hilarious.
Completely wasted. The whole he's a guru now and he founded this thing and then he doesn't want anything to do with it because he got bored. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's like why would you? They just wanted to make him the cult leader and then he didn't interact with the cult at all, which would have been hilarious. And he's got these killer powers. And he got caught by a couple of cowboys when he fell. He might have used him another time. I don't remember him, though. But he was just tethered to Ben. He used him at the very beginning. See, there's that scene at the very beginning, which honestly wasn't equaled until the end of the show. And it was kind of a broken promise. It's, it shows them fighting together. And no, I don't expect to. I mean, they hate each other. And it's nice that they got together at the end. But listen, the 3rd season, they get separated again. Just so you know, they get separated again, and they might even do a time jump on this one. The intriguing thing, if they don't get into too many relationships on a farm or anything that they can do in season 3, is they tell you where all the supervillains are, because there's supervillains all over the fucking place. Well, they're not all over the place. They're actually in one place thanks to Sir Reginald Hargreaves. And then you're going to find out where the other kids were. You might find out why they were born. I don't know if they'll go that far in season 3, but this, if they're bringing in this Sparrow Academy, well, that was the end of Hotel Oblivion. They run into each other. They're like, hey, it's me. I don't know if they're going to do alternate versions of Luther, or if they're going to do different people, which they could do. And it could be interesting if they don't sideline it with some story about intersectional feminism or something,
I think that what they ought to do with the Sparrow Academy is something along the lines of Hargreaves recognizes his error.
Yes.
In creating the Umbrella Academy. And so you see him with this, now, children, let's come to supper. And he's putting on this fake smile, and he's trying so hard to be genial. And he's watching episodes of Leave It to Beaver so he can know how to be a good dad. And I mean, that would be hilarious. I think that would be great. And the Sparrow Academy is a lot more kind of sunshine and flower. I think that would be funny.
I think that's you're onto something there, because when Diego fucks with the timeline the most, probably. I mean, everybody fucked with the timeline, but Diego fucked with it the most by showing Grace Hargreaves' involvement in the Kennedy assassination. So she leaves with Pogo, so he doesn't have Pogo anymore. And the kids do seem to like him a little more at the end. And he clearly, I don't think he adopted those. I think he adopted other kids. I think you're right. I think he saw the error of his ways due to that dinner and to Diego's meddling. We're going to get a completely different storyline, and it'll be alternate. But there's going to be bad guys.
It could be interesting though, because he can't change himself. He cannot change who he fundamentally is.
Well, no, so especially if you're an alien, and you don't know.
Right. But it'd be hilarious. It could be a great source of comedy with him trying to be Mr. Sunshine and Mr. Parent of the Year to try and make these sparrows turn out a little more cohesive and a little less volatile than the Umbrella Academy. I mean, it could be a great source of comedy. That's what I would probably do if I was show running the thing for this next season.
And the thing is, though, he and I would too, but he did like his kids, though. There's a scene in the first season where Vanya comes and gets the violin that used to belong to his wife, and she said, "I'm going to play it, the best or anything," and he cracks a smile. So he's like, he likes them, and I hope they don't, I'm fascinated by his character, especially. I mean, I knew he was an alien from the comics, right? So. And that scene where he kills the Majestic 12 was fucking awesome.
That was pretty good. I wish I could have seen it though. I wish they'd have shown it. Yeah. I do wish they'd have shown it. I know that they didn't want to, and the way they did it was very good.
His fight with Diego was good too. With the suit on and everything, and to that song, I liked it. I thought that was good.
And it was interesting that they lied to him, which I thought was also very good. Very, very. There was the last 2 episodes. Like you said, I actually wanted to I went through those. That was compelling. That was like some of the old stuff. And actually, even as far as like the 8th one as well. 8, 9, and
7,
10.
4, 3, 8, 9, and 10 are great episodes that like cover everything you need. And it's almost like 3 endings in one. And it actually makes you give a shit about Harlan and all the characters you didn't give a shit about for the first 7 episodes. You all of a sudden give a shit about because they remember that they were the Umbrella Academy and not fucking Dawson Creek,
Right.
And yeah, like it's fine to have Vanya there as the most powerful one who's repressed all the time. And maybe they got to like pep talk her all the time. That's fine. Don't try to have Ellen Page do anything beyond that, though. Anything beyond that, because it's really boring. She is utterly boring. She can suck the energy out of any room.
It's very true. And I have to say, one thing that I rolled my eyes at and got deeply kind of disgusted with was turning Lila into the super adaptoid and having her have all their powers. I just thought, oh, God. I got really kind of I just rolled my eyes. It's like, oh, yeah, so she's going to be the bestest ever. And I just like, oh, fuck? I liked her vulnerability, like you said, but come on, man. That was. I didn't like that.
They need to limit it, or it's going to be. That's another thing that's going to be a problematic. I hate to use that word, fucking unironically. Fucking slap me for saying that. I'm reading too many Access Media articles. No,
I know.
Like if they limit it to where she can echo a power for like a minute or something like that, sure, that's fine. But if it's like she can just whip out, like, I can suck anybody's powers I'm near, well, then she's God. You can't beat her. You know?
Yeah, I really hate that. And I mean, there was a instance in the first season that I really hated in the Umbrella Academy when Hazel and what's her name invaded the headquarters. And I remember there was a moment where they were upstairs and Diego is against a wall and Allison is down there. Allison doesn't use her voice. And Diego doesn't use his amazing ability to throw knives to end the situation. And it was, and the only reason for it was because then the story would have been over.
Yeah.
There was nothing preventing her from saying, I heard a rumor that you all like had a cerebral hemorrhage and died, shit. You know?
And it's easily explainable, at least with Lila. You might not have liked the powers. I didn't mind it that much, but at least she had powers. They explained, because at first she's kicking ass. I'm like, what the fuck? Huh? How's she doing? How'd she beat the shit out of that guard? Well, she was echoing Diego's powers, so it makes sense. At least they bothered to explain. I mean, shit. If you didn't watch Krypton, it was stupid as fuck. But they had like 105-pound supermodels beating the shit out of 300-pound guys, and I'm like, oh my fucking God, this is so bad.
Right.
They don't like, and like, what? It's just television. I'm like, it's bad television. It's utterly bad. Oh, and it's canceled now because it looks stupid. Nobody believes a supermodel can do shit. So stop it. I mean, at least if you're going to have women kicking ass, make them look like kick-ass women, like a Gina Carano or something like that. Like, do that. But fuck no. Or they could look like the cover of the Wonder Woman, that Wonder Woman cover. I don't know if you saw that or not.
Which one?
Oh, you didn't see it? Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, I haven't seen it, I guess.
It's so bad. Oh, you know, it's an Instagram artist who's popular. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And they tapped her to do a Wonder Woman cover, and she didn't think much of it. Okay. So she had already drawn the picture, and they made a variant out of it. And
no es bueno.
No bueno. And she's getting roasted on Twitter. And, you know, Melissa, my wife, was kind of feeling sorry for her because she had no idea what she was getting into. And I'm like, listen, that's why people are mad. People are mad because she has no idea. She does no idea what Wonder Woman looks like. And but the thing is, she was just adapting Wonder Woman for her art, and they asked her to put it on a cover. So it's fucking DC. It's get mad at DC. Hang on a second.
Yeah, no, I have no clue. I'm staying off of Twitter these days for the most part.
Oh, this isn't a Twitter thing. It's a news thing. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't. I don't follow those leads or anything. I probably should.
I don't know if it's out there in the world yet. Let's see if I can find it on Twitter.
Just really bad, huh?
It's fucking horrible.
And they used it on a cover?
Oh yeah. Yeah, people are making videos about it. The thing is, like, I'm not going to make a video about it because it's a comic book cover, okay? Let's not get too excited. It's a shitty comic book cover, and it really exemplifies what's wrong with comic books. But it's just a cover, all right? It's a shitty cover. Don't buy it. I mean, like, honestly, what it does expose is DC. DC. So you see the again here. I can I got it. Give me a second here, folks. Sorry about that.
Didn't mean to send you into this tailspin. Just
we can just.
I didn't know about this Wonder Woman.
Oh, it's if it wants to come up now.
Busy watching Steptoe and Son and Death Sport.
That's much better than looking at this, dude. But it's just not worth making a video on either. It just isn't.
Well, you'd have to stretch it. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, no. Whoa, what the actual fuck? Oh man, no, Jesus Christ. That is fucking awful.
It's terrible.
What the fuck? Oh boy, I could not have I mean, when you said that, I thought maybe they made her look like a dude or, a heroin addict or something. But this is, boy, it's a wonder that this woman was drawn.
So the context is, all right, the context is this artist this is her thing. This is her art. It's her gig. She's into body positivity, lesbian, fucking whatever kind of art. And she can be into that. So DC tapped her, for lack of a better term, to do a cover. She said yes. And now she's getting fucking roasted. And deservedly so. You know what? If you're an artist and you're going to put your shit out there, you better be ready for it.
You're talking about.
So I told my wife too. I said, I don't feel sorry for her. She's an artist. This is part of being an artist. You put your shit out there. You better be ready for the fucking. What do you think? I'd put out a shitty video. I'm going to hear about it. If I make a mistake, believe me, I'm going to hear about it 1,000 times in the comment section. That's fine. You got to be ready for that shit. Well, I blame DC. Don't get mad at the artist. A lot of people get mad at the artist. She doesn't know. She doesn't know shit about comics. She doesn't know shit about shit. Somebody offers her some money to use an existing picture, apparently. Okay. No, this is fucking DC. Fuck DC. You want to get fucking mad at DC? This is DC. This is where comics are. Okay. Nobody wants this. Nobody on fucking earth wants this. Men, women, plus size women. Nobody wants this. It's not. I'm not sorry to the start. It's not beautiful art. It's barely art. I can draw that with my left hand.
It is awful.
I don't consider myself an artist.
The only positive thing I can say about it is it does evoke the 80s in the background, and it does feature truth in advertising because in the lower right-hand corner, yes, it does bite cock.
It does. Oh my God, is that a bite cock thing right there? I can't.
Well, it looks like it bites cock to me. It's some teeth and there's a rooster. Truth in advertising, it bites cock.
It's biting cock. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. I mean, they're fucking asking for it. I mean, this is the same company that hired fucking Zoe Quinn. This is the same company that supports the Whisper Network, and this is the same company I'm not giving a fucking cent to anymore. And when I open my shop, I won't support your shit. And you know what? I would have been way more supportive of DC. I was actually supportive of the fact that they kept their people working, but no, fucking, I'm done. I have no tolerance for this shit anymore. Nobody would buy this shit. This shit killed the comic book industry. So take this stuff, put it, stick it up your YA ass, please, and get it the fuck off of my comic books. And what a disgrace to your one female character, the one character you've got that outsells Marvel, that outdoes Marvel, and you guys want to fuck it up. And believe me, it's going to get fucked up with the movie too. The movie, I hear, is not good. I hear it.
Really?
I hear it.
Now, I've heard that, but I still don't know what's wrong with it.
Well,
I love the first one.
You were talking about the perception filter. We were talking about Steve Trevor's going to look like another dude the whole movie, by the way. He's supposed to look like some frumpy dude.
Why?
Because he's in somebody else's body. She wishes him alive so she can see him, and apparently he's in some other dude's body.
Wow.
He's going to be, and it's going to be some beta shit. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. But listen. DC is the one to blame. Editorial at DC is the one to blame, and these are the same assholes who brought us You Brought Me an Ocean and Gotham High. Yeah, that's where that's your comic book industry. I hope comic book shops are so happy, like that is their future. You're gonna sell fucking Captain Underpants. That's your fucking future.
Yeah, that is off model. That image right there is off model. Used to be that in the old days when they cared about this stuff, they would go ahead and have model sheets for these superheroes, because they realized that was their brand. And when you pop something like that up there, it is so off model that clearly the only reason for it is to signal virtue points. It just wants to signal how virtuous a company you are for doing this body positivity thing that completely violates your model, your brand of Wonder Woman. You're basically saying this social cause is more important to us than Wonder Woman. And it is more important to us to go ahead and promote this kind of real world kind of phenomenon than it is to satisfy fans, our customers who buy this book. So it's entirely political. That is it, be all end all. It is a purely political move.
Absolutely, 100%.
Purely
a political move. See, these are turnarounds. This shows you what your character looks like.
Yes.
The official handbook of the Marvel Universe, if you got the bounded one, I don't know if you guys know that. So there's a comic book version, but there's like these 3-ring binders, and you get these cards. And I used to have them like shop manuals in my comic store. I had all of them. So you go to the official handbook of the Marvel Universe, you get everybody's powers, you get all their stats and everything. I still have them, by the way. I love that shit. I love
they're great. Yeah,
they're fucking brilliant. But yeah, that's all she needed. But they don't care anymore. See, that's the thing. I'm working on another Star Trek video, and the whole thesis is everybody's starting to figure out now that CBS just doesn't give a fuck what I think, what you think, what even the shills think. They just they're on a campaign right now to pay off influencers, quote unquote influencers. Sorry, my check didn't come for some reason. I guess I'm not that influential when it comes to Star Trek. Or they didn't send me any fucking shitty whiskey in a box or something like that. But apparently,
I know that was ridiculous.
But that got them some good reviews, but not from the right people. Oh, it's so funny how that shit doesn't work, how it can backfire on you. Stay tuned for tomorrow. Dude, did you see and we could talk about this with Star Trek. Let's finish up with Umbrella Academy before I get ahead to Star Trek. Let's read some super chats. But yeah, so barely a 7 out of 10. And Wonder Woman's frumpy. Wonder Woman is frumpy. God, it's sad. It's sad. You know what, Allison? I liked Allison's character a lot in season 1. I thought she was wasted in this one. I like that actress a lot. I think she's really good.
She is
as Rumor or number. I forgot what her number is. 4 again. I can't remember her number. Maybe it's number 4. Number 1 is Luther. He's Space Boy. Diego is the Kraken. Vanya is the White Violin. Ben is the Horror. Klaus is the Seance. Allison is the Rumor. One of whom am I forgetting? Oh, and 5. He's just 5. We don't know what his name is or anything like that. So, and then Reginald Hargreaves is the Monocle.
Yes, that's perfect.
Yes. All right, so let's get to the super chat. So thanks for waiting, everybody. Doomcock and I haven't talked all week. We're like a couple of 14-year-old girls on the phone in the 80s when we haven't talked to each other, like over summer vacation. Like, oh my God.
I know. And then you bring up this Wonder Woman shit, and I'm like, whoa, my mind is blown all over again. I had to react. I'm sorry.
No. It blew up like on Instagram and Twitter. And like, I'm on Twitter as much as you are, like never. So I'm up last night after I was up. I don't want to bore you guys. I was doing an Umbrella Academy review all fucking day, trying to upload it. And, every trick I've used to get around the copyright thing is not working all of a sudden. So maybe that's what they changed on YouTube. I'm like, God damn it. So I got to kind of redo my whole review.
Have you got video footage or something?
Well, I always use video footage, but I know how to fix it. I know how to like get around their shit. It's very easy. It's usually you change the frame rate, you slow it down, you speed it up, you change the color, you take out the audio, you crop it, usually fine. Man, I've done everything but turn this shit upside down and it's not working. So, but I need the video footage. And you know what, by the way, it's completely legal for me to use because everybody else is using it. Charlie at Emergency Awesome's using it. How come I can't fucking use it? Fuck that shit. I'm going to use it. But yeah, that's what I was doing. I almost lost my train of thought there, but we got to get some super chats here. But yeah, Umbrella Academy, 7 out of 10. Thanks for talking about it. And, with the Wonder Woman thing, I was up till 2 a.m, right? And Mrs. Nerdrotic woke up and she's like, did you hear about this Wonder Woman thing? I'm like, no. So she had to tell me about it. And I guess just some guy did a video and I saw it blowing up all over the internet. And I'm like, It's a shitty cover. I've actually seen worse. That's bad, but I've seen worse.
Well, only lately.
It is only lately, but that fucking Ironheart. There's an Ironheart cover that looks like she doesn't have a torso. I mean, it's like the art is so shitty now, and it's just because I think bad art is as offensive as ugly art. At least her art was like proportioned. You're right. There's like background. There's stuff that works. It's still kind of lazy in my opinion, but art is lazy now. Like digital.
Yeah,
art.
Holy shit. I mean, that stuff makes Herb Trimp look like fucking Rembrandt.
Shit. Thank you. No, I don't have the chops to be a comic artist until now. I guess apparently now I do. Well, I'm not a female. I'm not a woman, so they still wouldn't hire me. But I can draw a lot better than that.
So can I. Yes,
I'm sure. I know you could. Where was I? Okay. I just want to make sure I got the right screen up. Thank you very much. Lost hope. Well, don't lose hope. There's always room for hope. There is. It's just sometimes you got to direct it somewhere else. For Australian $2, I heard a rumor Doomcock will rule the world.
This is not a rumor. I will either rule the world or destroy it. It is prophesied. It shall come to pass, so let it be written, so let it be done. Thank you, sir.
Do you have a prophecy written up? That'd be awesome. You should have
It is out there.
Okay.
It is out there. I have miraculously discovered a cavern underneath Xanadu proper that I am setting up an experimental lab in, and my face was carved into the wall. So there, and you guys are going to see this. It's just a little preview. You're going to see some amazing things on my channel in the next few months. Get ready. It's going to be something.
Yeah. That's awesome. I like that. See, I like that kind of see, that was the one thing in Smallville that I did like about the Superman origin, that it was prophesized. I love that about it. So it's Doomcock is prophesized. Mark with a K joined at the proto-molecule level. Welcome very much. I appreciate you. Grandpappy Fisk for $2 says, hail. So how did you guys like Lower Decks? LOL. Well, we're just about to get to that. Matt G for $2. Do you remember Nixon resigning 46 years ago today? I do. I honestly do. I do.
Wow.
That's one of my earliest memories. My dad was upset.
Nixon.
Well, it was either that or it was a replay on the news, but I vividly remember seeing Nixon resign on our old Zenith television at my old house on Dew Common Street in Claremont, California when I was 5. Yeah. Oh yeah. I only have like a from when I was 5 on that first house I lived in, I have like 3 or 4 memories, like me riding a big wheel, like down a hill, like the first time I made it down a hill. I was all proud of myself. Yeah. And Mrs. Musla, my neighbor, she'd always like sneak me, like bring me cookies when she wasn't supposed to. She was a nice old lady, stuff like that.
That is sweet. I remember Nixon at the time was trying to be so hip. I mean, I've seen footage of when he gets on the helicopter and he turns and he does a big wave and then he flashes the peace sign. And I remember him on Laugh-In. I've seen. Did you know Laugh-In is on Amazon Prime right now?
No.
Yeah. So I've been watching it, and they have Nixon on an episode of Laugh-In saying, "Sock it to me." It was like he's trying to be hip. He's trying to be down with the kids. Even in his final statement as president, he flashes the peace sign. Funny. And he made a deputized Elvis as a federal agent.
Yes, he did.
So that was kind of cool.
Hey. And now, you look back and what he did, well, nothing as bad as compared to some other people.
No.
There's somebody walking around free right now that did some stuff that was way worse than Nixon. We'll just say a former president. Alfred McKay for $1.49 Canadian has brought the popcorn. Hope you liked it. Yeah, that was a fiery. I needed to really talk about the Umbrella Academy because there was parts I was fucking pissed. I was like, God damn it! I'm so sick of this shit. I'm so fucking sick of every dude being a fucking idiot or duplicitous or a pussy, and it's so deliberate and it's just constant. If it was once in a while, fine. I have no problem with it.
Of course.
But it's all the time. Every fucking time. Every show. Believe me, The Boys season 2 will be filled with this shit. It will be The Boys intersectional feminism. They might as well call it The Girls at this point. Because that's what
I'm not looking forward to it. I'm leery of what they're going to do. I hope they put the brakes on that shit, but I don't know.
Well, Garth Ennis bent the knee probably because he's got a bunch of skeletons on his closet now. Yeah, Mr. Badass goes Hollywood and all of a sudden he's a little sellout. So, and Warren Ellis canceled himself. I mean, we don't have any good writers anymore. I mean, they're honestly, the only way you're going to stay safe is self-publish now. And I think it's good that we defund these publishing companies. They had too much power anyway. Just get fucking rid of them. And then everybody's on their own. And then, you know what? We'll see the cream rise to the top. We'll see. Can you even say that anymore? It's probably racist to say that right now.
Oh, of course it is. Grandfathered is racist.
Yeah.
Spirit animal is racist, Gary. That came out this week, where the phrase is grandfathered in, which is a legal phrase, is considered racist. And the other one, spirit animal, is considered to be, you shouldn't use that. It's racist. And I immediately tweeted, well, I'm really glad that my spirit animal has been grandfathered in. They just did a little flip you finger, I think. I forget. I don't give a shit. Fuck you.
No,
You're not going to tell me what language I can use and what I can think and how I can behave. Fuck you very much.
Exactly.
I don't give a shit.
It's statements like this. I would like to tell, anybody with that attitude, I would like to tell both genders to fuck off.
Yes.
So, Smatter Effect for $4.99. Hail everyone. They said it was harder to create something than to tear it down. Kurtzman said, hold my Romulan whiskey. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Get it?
It's so
Get it?
funny.
Romulan whiskey.
Okay, so all the talking over each other, the fast talking, the complete lack of humor. Again, all the men are reckless, dumb, or weak. All the women are sassy and smart and resourceful, and the only flaw they have is they're keeping themselves down. They're keeping themselves down. And that's Lower Decks. And that's every Lower Decks episode is going to be Bulmer doing something stupid as this effeminate. I mean, he's a girl, for Christ's sake. Look at how he sits. Look how he stands. And they draw it that way. And then we're going to have Ensign Marin. What's her name? Marie. I kept on forgetting.
Mariner.
Yeah, Mariner, because I didn't care.
Because she's an explorer on the ocean.
Oh my God, she talks too much. I was like, this isn't funny. Kids don't like this, by the way. And this is a cartoon made for 2009. Straight up. It's a 2009, 2010, Adventure Time, Steven Universe shit that wasn't good then, by the way. And I don't understand. I understand why they made it. I understand why Kurtzman made it, because he's a fucking idiot and he doesn't care. So he just wanted to make something animated. They're doing 2 animated projects now. And here's the thing, Doomcock. We hear they just introduced a new a Star Trek show last August 6th that was premiered. It's supposed to be 23 weeks of Star Trek you and I are going to have to go through. It's 23 weeks of hell. Yet the very next day, Emma Watts from Paramount, which is Viacom CBS, says that we need to find a way to retool Star Trek. We need to revitalize the core brand. These are quotes from an executive at Viacom CBS the day after they release Lower Decks.
Talk about an admission of failure. Talk about a white flag stained with poop. I tell you, it couldn't be any more pointed. Just what we've been telling them for fucking years,
yes.
honey. Years. Jesus Christ. Maybe if you'd listened to us, we could have saved you seasons and seasons and seasons and billions of dollars of pain. Jesus. I mean, come on, man. Jesus Christ.
Here's the harsh reality, though. I mean, they sincerely don't care. They just want to add to product and make brand. And Star Trek fans we're a hindrance. We're a hindrance. I mean, it's pretty, Doctor Who, the BBC looks at us Doctor Who fans the same fucking way, except they think CBS probably thinks we're all racist too. A racist hindrance to what could be the growth of their brand and their great plan to have brand expand into brand potential areas. We'll say demographics. I mean, Star Trek's fucking dead, dude. I mean, it's like, and they can make 5 more seasons of Lower Decks. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if Star Trek Discovery gets a season 4. If it does, I'll mock it. I don't care. That's fine. But the more you go with this, the more you're pissing on its grave. You're killing. I mean, I don't know. I can use up all the analogies I want. It's dead and gone. If they don't, I mean, like, she wanted, and Emma Watson asked, like, what can we do? And what you just said, get rid of Secret Hideout, get rid of Alex Kurtzman right now. Like, I don't care if you're in the middle of fucking projects. I don't care. Cancel them all and get rid of him and start from scratch with somebody who gives a fuck about this brand, or it's dead. It doesn't get another chance after this.
It's already dead, man.
Yeah.
It's already dead.
Yep.
I mean, only the few diehards like me, probably a subset, the only ones that have a con action figure on the desk, a model Enterprise, and can do Captain Kirk. It's a very small fragment of the fandom that's even paying attention anymore. I mean, I hate this crap with a passion that burns with the blazing heat of a billion exploding galaxies chock full of TNT. But I hate it. I'm the only one and you're the only one of the few that are still paying attention. But we are in the vast minority at this point. Most people have just rolled their eyes and said, this garbage sucks, and they're not going to give it another try because you've got too many great shows out there that are coming on TV, too many things that you're discovering through boredom, like things like Death Sport. You're never going to come back unless you have a passionate, burning love of Star Trek. But even that's not going to be enough people to save it, Gary.
No.
It's not going to be enough. I think it's dead no matter what. Sure, if they come out with a whole new creative team and they get Ron Moore, or they hire me, or they hire Seth MacFarlane, somebody like that knows their shit and loves their shit, sure, I'll watch it. But how many of me are there? Not a lot.
No,
I don't think.
No, there isn't. And the thing is, they're trying to make it something it's not. They still were whinging about the international. I mean, because it just doesn't sell overseas. It's very popular in the UK. That's about it. It's not popular anywhere else. It's only really popular here in the States. And Robert Meyer Burnett said it best. You've said it. I've said it. It's not a big budget thing. Limit the budget. I mean, and then make it for the States. Fuck the international market. Like, don't even bother. But this can be a constant, or it could have been full on past tense. You're right. Like, there is no recovering it. They fucked it up.
I don't think so.
These idiots. Listen, see, I'm not being nice to Sherry Redstone anymore. She's a fucking moron. She's as big as moron as fucking Les Moonves was at this point. She's a dumbass. She's just another dumb banker who inherited a bunch of money from her dad, who was a better businessman, a smarter. Oh, he's still alive. Sorry, Summer Redstone. You're so ancient. I forgot you're still alive.
He's venerable, not ancient.
Yes.
Venerable.
Yeah. But he created this empire, and she's a pretty savvy woman, but she's not that savvy because she's keeping Alex Kurtzman, which tells me she's a fucking dumbass. So enough being nice to her. The whole CBS board, you're all a bunch of dumbasses too. You're a bunch of dumb bankers who don't understand shit. And you know what? You'd be better off selling Star Trek. You'd make more money. If you sold Star Trek right now, you would make more money, because it won't be any more valuable than it is right now, because every day you own it, it goes down in value. So sell it right now and you'll make enough money off it to be worth it to CVS, or hang on to it and then sell it for a song later on to like Lionsgate or some fucking shit like that, or I don't know what's the equivalent to Roger Corman's films now. Who's a big time?
I don't
guess
think
Trauma.
there are any.
Trauma's still around, so they might get it.
I think they should name a price, and then I will do a GoFundMe, and the fans will buy it back, and then I will write Star Trek, and we'll bring you on as a producer as well. We'll produce it. I'm a guy that's lived, eaten, breathed Star Trek. I think the fans could do a much better job, Gary.
Hell yeah.
I think why not? Why not? We'll form a studio and crowdfund it and restore it to its former glory. Right now, it's got to be worth about what? Do you think $10,000, $15,000? We could do that.
$9,000. I think 9,500. I can scratch that together. I wonder what it's seriously worth for real. It's not I don't think it's $1 billion franchise anymore.
No, man. What is it honestly worth? I don't think a lot. I mean, how are you going to get the licensees back? How are you going to get fans interested again? How are you going to penetrate the veil of slime and disappointment and fan tears that coats this thing, like the black ooze that sucked up Tasha Yar in Skin of Evil? I mean, it is a steep hill to push a massive boulder of suck up to the top of, to even get back to the point where you were before Kurtzman started ruining it. And at that point it was moribund. I mean, after Enterprise, there wasn't a whole lot of, burning enthusiasm. I mean, it was okay, but it wasn't in its glory days. I mean, there was Star Trek fatigue at that point. And even to get back to that point, I think is a massive challenge.
Yeah. I'm going to Wikipedia right now, and it says Star Trek generated $10 billion in revenue from who in 2016? Mind you.
Bullshit.
Total
bullshit. That's a Wikipedia, so. No fucking way.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
I was trying to see what the value was. How much is the strand?
No way. Disney hasn't generated $10 billion of profit.
Yeah,
They're in the hole.
Maybe. Do you think they're talking about as a whole, in its entire history?
Maybe
that must be.
Maybe if you say as of 2016, Star Trek has generated 10. Well, I could buy that maybe, but sure as shit, not in this Kurtzman iteration. No way.
Yeah. So here it is. Okay. As of July 2016, the franchise had generated $10 billion in revenue. So that must be that
must be total.
It's total.
With the Gold Key comics and the Star Trek tracer discs that only had the Star Trek logo on them. It was the same tracer gun that you could buy before. It was cool. You ever have one of those tracer guns?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You ever have a cat? Because it was fun to fire the tracer gun and have the cat try to swat it. It was cool.
Yeah.
I miss my cats.
I miss my last cat came up here with me many years ago. His name was Zorro. He is buried in my backyard, and he was my last cat. Not my first cat, but my little black cat. Crazy little man. He was too crazy. He ate fucking everything. So he ate a broom one year, killed him.
And he would leave a Z on your desk and a Z in your bed.
That's why we named him Zorro. When I found him when we found him, he was a little stray, and he was hanging by his back leg in our backyard as this apartment in San Diego. And he was just hanging by his back. He didn't care. He wasn't, he was just hanging by his back leg. That's how he was. He was kind of a nut. He was a little kitten. Couldn't find who owned it. So I'm just I'm keeping it, I mean,
that's awesome.
Did I look really hard? No. I think I went around my building, went next door, and I'm like, do you know this cat? Doesn't
And you
really
called
work.
out. You called out. Is this anyone's cat in Spanish?
And,
Nobody answered.
Donde es el gato? That's not it. But donde está el gato?
¿Quién?
Yeah.
Hola es gato. No. Okay.
Yeah.
It's me, gato.
Mi gato,
Macno.
you gato. ¿Dónde está el gato? ¿Dónde está el baño?
Zorro.
¿Dónde está el pollo? El pollo es en la cocina and necesito cargar en su boca.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know how much Star Trek is worth. Does anybody know how much it's worth? I say barely.
Nickel, Doc.
Barely $1 billion. Maybe $1 billion.
Any more, honestly? I don't know.
What do you think, chat? What do you think Star Trek is worth?
Man, everybody that's like in the know has
10
bought the
billion in
Blu-rays
tribbles.
and the DVDs. Everyone's got their model of the Enterprise, the real Enterprise. Honestly, what are future revenues? What is it worth right this minute? I would be very surprised.
No, the only thing I would drop any coin on, I think, is the big Master Replica Enterprise. I don't have one.
No, I've always wanted one of those.
They're fucking pricey.
No way I could afford it.
No
Holy
way.
Shit! It's like $1,200. I couldn't afford that. No fucking way.
That would be irresponsible to buy right now.
Right, and even now, I mean, they're not even in production anymore. So God knows how much they cost now.
No, they're not. No, and I think they're like $6,000, and that's
So I mean, forget it.
That's
it's
somebody
gone.
who's put it together for you and everything. Yeah, no way.
So many things I wanted that I couldn't get. Once in a lifetime, like the Master Replicas Enterprise. I really badly wanted one of the Abby shot Blade Runner coats that was like $400. I couldn't afford that. No way at the time.
No.
And now they're out of production. It just sucks. All my life I wanted a fucking Matt Deckard Blade Runner trench coat. And it was right there. It was a perfect replica, and I couldn't afford it.
God damn it. Yeah, I've seen those at Comic-Con from time to time.
Yeah,
they still exist.
Well, but they have knockoffs, but this one was like, the Abby shot one.
I think somebody knew what I said in Spanish at the end there. Arturo's went, "Wow, Gary." I'll tell you what I said later. Arturo knows what I said. I probably didn't say it exactly right, Arturo, but I need to crap in your mouth. That's basically what I said. My friend Doug taught it to me. It's like I don't know. I only
you really wanted to return that cat to its owner.
I
did.
You're
saying that.
I did. Now I only I grew up in San Diego, but I know the bad Spanish. All right, all the words I'm not supposed to know. Okay, so Perth Comics thinks $5 is how much Star Trek is worth. I'm asking for real though. 10 cents, $2. 750 million says 1.2 billion says Alvaro.
No fucking way.
20 billion.
No way.
20 billion. 20 million.
I think 250 million. That's what I think it's worth.
Highlander
250 million.
750 million tops. 250 seems low. Maybe 500 million.
But dude, what is the audience?
Oh, nothing. I don't know.
Can't even get international distribution for a lot of this stuff. A lot of people have walked away from the table. I'm factoring all that stuff in, not just the fans, but the way that the corporate world is probably looking at this as damaged. Look, Amazon looks at it as damaged. Netflix looks at it as damaged. The rest of the fucking world looks at this as damaged because they won't even license the goddamn thing anymore. On Lower Decks, a Star Trek cartoon, I think it's worth 250 million, if that. Because what are they going to do with it?
Oh, compared to
it is going to be a massive investment to try and make people return and give a second look to anything they do.
Is Star Wars worth as much now? It's not, as when Disney bought it. It's not.
No, I don't think so.
So if Star Wars isn't worth as much, Marvel's worth more than Star Trek. DC's worth more than Star Trek. 250 billion, maybe I'm vastly overestimating. You're right. There's nothing you can generate. The only thing you can do is make another TV show, which is going to cost you money. You got to take another chance. You got to find another showrunner. You got to go over all those hurdles, and then again, you would have to find foreign distribution and outside investors to invest in your films. Why do you think? Did you hear the fucking movie ideas they had? Oh my God, they're so fucking dumb. Okay, so of course there was going to be Star Trek 4 where they were going to do a time travel thing.
Yeah.
So Chris Pine can be with his daddy, Chris Hemsworth, because he was Thor. And the entire logic behind the entire story was they wanted to have Thor in a Star Trek movie. Not that they had this story in the script that they really believed in, that somebody wrote, and it's just a passionate Star Trek fan. They're all, hey, kid, can we get that Thor guy back in the Star Trek movie? Because the kids like the Thor. So if we put the Thor with the Captain Kirk, the kids are going to come, right? I mean, that's how stupid they fucking are. So, and they couldn't find any investors for that.
That's right.
It's like the problem with the Star Trek, see, is that what we need to do is we gotta have a scene where Thor hands off the hammer to Chris Pine's Kirk, and that'll make him a lot cooler than the Shatner Kirk. You savvy?
Yeah.
And then the kids are gonna gobble it up. It's solved. Problem solved. Next problem.
Yeah. Wait. What do you mean? We can't have we can't have the hammer in our movie? Oh, forget the project then. I mean, that's how fucking dumb they are. So,
Yeah.
The other movie idea they had, so Noah Hawley was gonna do a movie, and I guess he wanted a new crew, and he was gonna move things forward or something.
Right.
He might have been a good person to take on Star Trek from the beginning, like without Noah Hawley is a better showrunner than Alex Kurtzman. He's better than Brian Fuller. He did Legion. He did Fargo. I mean, he's a more talented.
Right.
He has more talent as a writer. Just anything. His piss is more talented than Alex Kurtzman. And they're getting rid of him, or he's tired of the project because it's connected to the bad robot shit. And then there's the Quentin Tarantino movie, which he was never going to direct. He was going to produce and possibly not even write, like lay out the story.
Just plot it out, which it makes it so you're going to strip the thing of Tarantino's directorial auteur voice, which is one of the great things about Tarantino. The second great thing about Tarantino is the fucking way that he writes. That if you're going to go, and especially dialogue, and you're going to go ahead and take those things away, what do you got, Gary?
A movie that Quentin Tarantino might have spent 10 minutes on so they can call it a Quentin Tarantino movie.
Right.
Then there was and I think this is the same project. I think he was co-writing it with the guy who wrote The Revenant, John, whatever his fucking name. I don't really care. I didn't see The Revenant. I'm not a big Leo DiCaprio
I saw
fan.
it. It was okay.
So apparently he wrote a Star Trek movie that was based on the city on the edge of forever, at the edge. So they're going to do an entire movie on this. And they were going to do Logan-like spin-offs. Logan-like spin-offs.
Where every major character gets a good death. We get to see old man Sulu Croak and old man Scotty Croak and old man Chekhov Croak. Wonderful.
So these fucking idiots, they don't understand what made Logan worked. They just saw, this is how dumb they are in Hollywood. They're all, hey, if we get two old guys and the hero croaks, that's just like Logan, right? I mean, we're not thinking about the 10 years of X-Men we had before that and the fact that people loved Hugh Jackman Wolverine even in a shitty movie. No, forget about all that. It's the same with the Joker. There's a bunch of people in Hollywood right now that think if you release an R-rated villain movie in October, you'll get the same results as the Joker. And that's all you have to do is release a villain movie in October and make it rated R. Don't factor in Todd Phillips and Joaquin Phoenix or anything like that. That's how dumb they are. They're so fucking stupid. That's why I don't have a problem making fun of these people. They do a lot of coke, and I miss those days. I miss the butt chugging coke days when they're like disappearing hookers from their yachts or something like that. Those were the days of Hollywood. Now we've got this over politicized bullshit going on, and it sucks. And they give no thought to this. That's why they shouldn't touch this source material. That's why it's a miracle that, honestly, I don't know if Kevin Feige is, I think he's really behind a lot of the woke shit at Marvel, but I think he held it off for a long time, and we got to give him credit for that. The fact that we got mediocre movies for 10 years, and for you Snyder heads out there, God bless you, you're not going to get much either. So this is Hollywood. They fuck shit up more than they don't even know what the fuck they're doing half the time. So with this Star Trek shit, they had they were going to do Star Trek Logan spinoffs. And then at the end of this article, the lady says we need to revitalize the core Trek brand. I'm paraphrasing what she said. And I'm going to be making these decisions in the next few days, right after they release Lower Decks. So they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They have no idea what to do with this brand. They've CBS now owns Star Trek outright, correct? So according the merger's done, right?
Yeah.
Because the way I read this article, it's still separate.
I don't think it. I think that, look, the Kurtzman secret hideout contract is like an anvil tied around their neck, and they're sinking. And I think that it's easy to say, well, what are you doing? I think there must be legal reasons that they can't get out of it. And so I think it's created a kind of a schism and a schizophrenic kind of approach in the whole thing.
This is new territory.
They knew it sucked. They knew it sucked. Absolutely. They knew it sucked, and they were scared. They know that Star Trek Discovery season 3 sucks, but once you've already got it, you can't hold it back. I mean, it would be I wish they would. I mean, I think ultimately that would have been a better business decision, but how do you justify it to the board? How do you justify it to investors on a question of taste? You know what I'm saying? You may know it sucks.
Well, I mean,
you may know it's going to harm the brand, but at least they can say they covered their asses and didn't sit on something that could have been potentially profitable in a time of austerity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, board members don't get to make decisions over individual shows. I mean, they have to trust their talent that they've hired. I think you're more right. I mean, like, dude, I mean, okay.
They hired the wrong
the human being who people think has talent, but we know doesn't. Okay. Alex Kurtzman is very good at duping dumb bankers. I think, and also I think a contract is a contract. They can't get out of it. And it financially, it makes more sense for them to just stick with them, making a shitty Star Trek that yes, some of them do know it's shitty. I know that for a fact. And some of them don't. Some of them don't care. They just simply don't care one way or another. It's a fart in the wind to them. And we do. We're fans. We're going to care, but we're like carrying against a giant brick wall that does not care back. Either way, you can punch it as much as you want. It's not going to budge. But as far as Kurtzman, yeah, it's a contract is a contract, and it makes more financial sense to stick with them. I think the same goes with Kathleen Kennedy. I think the only reason they haven't gotten rid of her is because a contract's a contract. And also, we're in new territory. Think about this. Because like entertainment only recently has become like sports. We've been doing this for a while, but this is still new. People going online and calling for the heads of a production department in Hollywood is new. That is very new.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
So
I'm very proud to be part of this new movement. With torches and pitchforks, the peasant villagers storming the castle. I'm quite proud of it.
Yeah, there wasn't people calling for. I'm trying to think of a name from back in the 80s of somebody we didn't like.
Well, Michael Eisner way back in the day, the things he was doing to Disney, and God knows, right now I think look at it as almost a prophet. I mean, he was comparatively at the time. I objected to a lot of things Michael Eisner was doing, but nothing in comparison to what these executives are doing now. And in fact, Michael Eisner and Katzenberg were instrumental in saving Star Trek, oddly enough. They really don't get any credit at the time, but they were instrumental because they were at Paramount and they went ahead and greenlit Star Trek II Wrath of Khan. They were saying, let's not let this thing die. Let's give it another shot. So God bless you, Michael Eisner, But I mean, back then, they would have been excoriated. They would have been, if they'd have been subject to this kind of scrutiny in the public eye. They would have been, yeah.
No. I remember. I mean, this isn't that long ago, but the first head of I don't know what the first CEO or person in entertainment I just wanted out was Tom Rothman. Hated fucking Tom Rothman from Fox.
Yeah.
Could not stand Tom Rothman. He brought in Bryan Singer, fucked up X-Men. I mean, they had Matthew Vaughn in the building ready to go with X-Men 3, and he bailed, and it was stupid. But no, Michael Eisner, he was a prophet, because he's the one who warned everybody about Iger, and said this guy's not creative at all. Like he doesn't understand the creative aspect. And the one thing I got out of Iger's book was he is really insecure when it comes to being around creative people. This guy is a straight up, he needs to be the best at everything. I wouldn't call that necessarily an alpha. People might interpret that as an alpha. I don't interpret that as an alpha. I interpret that as an insecurity, to be honest with you. But somebody who actually needs to win and be the best at everything. I mean, like, it's okay to want to win and be competitive. I completely buy that. And I think that is an alpha behavior. But everything, absolutely everything, especially something you're not good at. Well,
then, yeah, I mean, that's what it is. It's like when your self-image is threatened by the idea of failure, then you're not operating from an alpha place of strength. You're operating from a place of insecurity, masquerading as strength. But let me tell you something about Eisner. Let me tell you something. On Star Trek 3, when everybody was agitating for Leonard Nimoy to direct, and Harv Bennett was saying, "Oh, I've run this past Eisner," and Eisner said, "Oh, that's a great idea," and everything. Well, Leonard Nimoy went in to meet with Eisner. And Eisner was very cold, and Eisner was saying, "Well, Leonard, we're thinking about it. We're looking at it." And like a month went by, and they didn't hear anything. And then finally, Leonard Nimoy called up Eisner and said, "What is it, Michael? What's the problem? I mean, everybody's real enthused about this. Why is it?" And let me tell you something about Eisner. Eisner said, "Well, Lenny, the problem is, honestly, I've heard that you hate Star Trek, and I can't have somebody who hates Star Trek directing Star Trek 3. And Leonard Nimoy's like, "What do you mean I hate Star Trek? Where did you hear this?" And he said, "Well, I was told that you had it in your contract for Wrath of Khan that Spock had to die, that the only way that you would do Star Trek 2 is if Spock died. So, I mean, if you hate your character, we can't have you as a director on this movie." Now that's respect for the franchise.
Yeah.
It was misinformation, because that actually wasn't true.
Yeah.
And that's why when we said,
that.
"Well, Michael, you've got the contract, for God's sakes, read the contract. That's not true." And he says, "It's not true." He says, "It's not true." Michael Eisner reads the contract. He says, "Congratulations, you're directing Star Trek 3. But that's what Michael Eisner felt. He had enough. He wasn't a Trekkie, but he had enough knowledge and entertainment savvy to know that you cannot have people that hate the franchise in a key creative position. And he was willing to derail the whole thing and not have Spock back, rather than let somebody who hated Star Trek have the keys to the kingdom. That is old-fashioned respect. God bless Michael Eisner for that.
Fuck yeah. And that belief oh man, you're right. That is so, I mean, it's clear.
Man.
You could see Kurtzman, like, maybe he wants to care. I'm sure there's a part of his he can't. I think he's incapable. I think he's lazy. I know he's lazy. And he's untalented, but there might be, maybe sometimes people can't overcome themselves, their own flaws. So there might be a little piece of him that goes, "God, I wish I was into this more, but I'm just not. But I run it now, so who gives a fuck?" And I was just looking at listening today to a podcast where he admitted, "I was more of a Star Wars guy." And then Jar Jar Abrams straight up admitted that he didn't like Star Trek because it was too philosophical. And he didn't give a name, but he said, "My co-producer on Star Trek Into Darkness has never seen Star Trek." That was the sequel, by the way. That was the sequel he was talking about. So whoever that co-producer had never seen Star Trek, even up to the sequel, and he produced the first Star Trek movie. So that tells you everything. This goes back to, I know this is a little loosely connected, but the guy Dean Devlin, who directed ID4, Independence Day 4.
Yeah.
Independence Day.
Oh no, he wrote it. It was Emmerlich that directed.
Emmerlich, yeah. Okay, so the writer of the film did not believe in UFOs, like straight up didn't believe in UFOs, and I remember that triggering me at the time, and I'm like, that's the biggest difference between a movie like this and Close Encounters. Sure, ID4 is fun, it's got the fun Bill Pullman speech, but it's a schlocky movie. The aliens are kind of dumb, and they all look the same, and it's like, and it could have been better. It could have been. I remember walking out of it going, it was okay. I know people look at it as like this classic, but people at the time when they saw it, they're like, eh. And the biggest problem was the writer didn't believe in the material at all. And you can tell, and it was clowny and cartoonish. And that stuff matters. It does matter. You can tell, like the CW, when they first started with Arrow, like somebody gave a shit in that show. Somebody cared about the character of Arrow.
It was good.
And then Greg Berlanti took over, who's like in the musical theater, and he likes, which is fine if you're in the musical theater, not judging, but like it doesn't really cross over into superheroes, and turned it into cosplay night on CW, which has ruined television. I mean, that's the reason we have a Star Trek Discovery, and they greenlight all this shit, because honestly, if you put it up to a CW show, it's just as dumb as a CW show. So
dumber.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, the first season of Arrow, I was sold, man.
I liked it. Yeah,
I loved Arrow. I really did. The fact that he was killing people and dropping people, it was hard ass. It was it was quite good. I mean, some of the effects were a little shaky sometimes, but ultimately, I thought the actor, Stephen, what's his name, Amell. Yeah, he had a commitment and a gravitas. I mean, he wasn't just a pretty boy. I thought he did a damn fine job,
dude.
And then second season, something went wrong, and I couldn't put my finger on it. But I just and they stopped killing people. I was like, God, so we've watered down the whiskey on this one. Yeah,
my very first Nerdrotic. It wasn't called Nerdrotic, but my very first podcast, official podcast that wasn't a Doctor Who podcast for this channel, the first half of it is me and a co-host praising Arrow, going, "This is how you do superhero television." I just said, he's killing people. He's a little more, he's a lot like Batman. He doesn't really look like Oliver, but it's okay. It's still fun. And and I just hope it doesn't go CW on us, because we already had Vampire Diaries and the OC, and I've watched all that shit. And it went CW on us, and that's the deal. But but that's what's happening to all of our entertainment right now, and even the quality stuff. And Umbrella Academy was an upper tier, high quality television show, right up there with The Witcher and Taboo season 1, which will never get a season 2. And I don't know if you've seen it or not yet, but dude, that's a good season of television.
Taboo was great.
Taboo, I really like fucking awesome. And it's rare that we get that. And now everything, and now we're at lower fucking decks. Star Trek copying Rick and Morty, and it's disgusting. And Star Trek is nothing more than a bunch of people in a ship problem solving. That's all it'll ever be, and I'm okay with that. And Seth is proving that you can still use that model today, and it would still be successful. And it would be a constant revenue flow for CBS. It would never be it's never going to be what they want it to be, though. It's not going to be Star Wars. It's not going to be Marvel or DC. But Kurtzman has them thinking that he can turn Star Trek into the Marvel universe, so much so that they have a logo called the Star Trek universe. They are ready to go, yet they're talking about rebooting the franchise at the same time. I'm fucking confused. But then I remembered I didn't care.
Fucking idiots.
Yeah,
they're idiots. I mean, if you're still drinking the that's like basically people, Jim Jones followers drinking the Kool-Aid in the afterlife. It's like, well, it killed me the first time. Let's see how it goes. Then they drop dead in heaven, and then they go to heaven 2. And there's Jim Jones saying, "Hey, no kidding. Seriously, I perfected the formula. Have another drink." And I drink another drink, and they go to heaven 4. And there's cats, with 9 lives that are floating past them saying, "You'll be sorry." And it's just, there's no end to it.
You
An
endless
progression of fucked. These people are insane.
You're absolutely right. And it reminds me of like one of the saddest moments of my life. I was such a drug addict that I would go to a drug dealer who was just, he was cutting the shit out of everything. So it was barely the drug. I mean, it was basically aspirin you were buying. And I knew it. And I would go back and buy it anyway because I was that much of a drug addict. That's what CBS is right now.
Well, talk about the bare necessities.
Yeah.
Bear. Get
Bear,
it? Aspirin.
Aspirin. No, I think it would be like 5% Coke or what it was crank. What I was taking back there would be like 5%. But that's it. I mean, that's what we're not even getting 5% Star Trek though. I mean, it's 0% Star Trek. There's so many. I mean, using an animated show for one. An animated show comes along with like a successful show. Like if your show's like really I mean, like Battlestar Galactica didn't even get an animated show, and that was a successful show. Much less 2 shitty shows. Now they have 3 shitty shows. Like they are objectively terrible TV shows. I mean, I have no. It's the streaming wars. It must be the streaming wars. They must have nowhere else to go. I don't understand why they keep making this shit. But as long as they do, I'll cover it, dude. I mean,
we have to. We have no choice. We have no choice. If you wanted to do a cartoon like this about a show, I think the perfect show to do it would have been something like Lost in Space. Where you've got the Great Vegetable Rebellion and you've got Space Hippie. Dr. Smith. So it's already goofy as fuck. So, I mean, you could have actually made that kind of fun, but Star Trek, no. Star Trek, no.
No. Mm-mm. I mean, well, the Venture Brothers does, it's basically Johnny Quest.
Brilliant.
That's fucking brilliant shit. And yeah, you can do kind of something Venture Brothers with Lost in Space, but not Star Trek needs to be done straight. If you're going to do an animated series, do it like the animated series in the 70s. Just do a straight animated series. And you know what? You have some voice talent there. You could have done, I don't know, Captain Riker like that, just done that. His crew. I mean, he's not doing anything, so he's just directing fucking Picard episodes.
Well, I'm kind of done with Mr. Riker, honestly.
I'm done with that whole fucking
Frakes
cast.
To me
Frakes
is corrupt.
They're all it's disappointing. Like the cast of the original series had way more respect for their show than the cast of Next Generation.
Fuck yes. And Surtees, Troy, she's like dissing fans and shit now. It's a fucker. Fuck them.
Fuck her,
Look,
by the way.
It's dead.
Yep.
It's dead.
No, she's obnoxious. So it's hard to watch her now, knowing how fucking obnoxious she is. And and honestly, I don't want to say that about every cast member, but most of them, like, the big ones are anyway. I don't know about LeVar Burton. I honestly don't know. He seems
no,
cool.
I don't know. I think he's actually really a good guy because I mean he wasn't even in the episode and he showed up when they were shooting it just to lend moral support. I mean that's a hell of a guy right there.
Yep, 2 black guys in the cast. They didn't hire him, but they're all about inclusivity and diversity. Huh?
No, sure.
John Balderdash for $10 says, Gary always says that the comic industry is now a charity. Yes, it is. I think all the major franchises want that for themselves so they can suck on the government teat and ignore the fans, the Doctor Who treatment. Well, that's what Hollywood will be doing for the next calendar year. They will be receiving our tax money. So you are supporting Hollywood right now, and honestly, I think there's a point where that has to come with strings, though. Right now, that money doesn't come with strings attached, but eventually it will. You can't keep printing money that's not based on anything and think you're gonna shit's gonna continue. And we can't waste money on Hollywood. Sorry, we need to spend our money on food, shelter, water, infrastructure, that police, firefighters, EMTs, not fucking pretenders. No thanks. We'll be fine. Like Doomcock said, we have been just fine entertaining ourselves. We'll stream. I'll read old comic books. Shit, maybe I'll write a comic book. I don't know. But we don't need them, and we don't need to be supporting them either.
Nope.
John Wayne drinks SJW tears for $5. Hail Gary, hail Doomcock. Tomorrow will be my 31st birthday. Got a big bald spot. And I never felt better. Well, hail. You got to look on the bright side. At least you had hair for 30 years, But they've actually come a long way in that department. They haven't been able to I think you can do plugs, but you'd probably want to do like a Just for Men or something like that. They've come a long way with that stuff. Nobody's judging. John Balderdash says, should I watch Orville season 3 when it comes out? Hulu is owned by Disney, and I'm not sure I should give them my money. That's a tough one.
Yes,
John.
you should. You should watch Orville season 3. Look, we've got to support great shows when they come on. Otherwise, we've lost the battle. We've got to encourage greatness. If you only watch Orville, and then as soon as the Orville's done, you unsubscribe from Hulu, say, that sends a strong message as well. I mean, you've got to encourage good stuff. Otherwise, what are we doing here? Don't you think?
I agree. And this situation this was grandfathered in, by the way. It was grandfathered in. And
like my spirit animal.
Like your spirit animal, it was grandfathered in. So there's not everybody there likes Disney either, okay? They're not all fans of the place they work. They were working at Fox before that, and
right.
And they're technically employees of Hulu, which is still owned by Disney. And I mean, who knows? Maybe the show won't be there forever. I think this is just my speculation. If the Orville's going to have a future and a 4th season, I don't think it can be at Hulu. I think there's other places it can go, like Netflix or Amazon, where it'd probably do better than Hulu.
I agree.
Hulu, Seth MacFarlane's humor. I think there's a reason Disney didn't offer him a deal like NBC did, because they basically hold themselves back with their fucking this fake PG shit that they're trying to stick with, which is going to be their downfall, by the way. And other companies, Disney's not going to be king for much longer. I mean, they're not king now, but like Warner Brothers could pass them up easily if they get their shit together. Or nobody could. Or you know what? Amazon and Netflix will probably be running Hollywood in the next 10 years if things go the way they're going. I'm supposed to okay, so Stephen Durham, aka Overlord Stevie D, happy 40th birthday, by the way. Happy birthday.
Absolutely. And I want to wish John Balderdash happy birthday as well. I didn't get a chance to do that. Hail John Balderdash and happy birthday, brother.
Happy birthday, John. And also John Wayne drinks SJW tears. Fucking hell, these birthdays, and my birthday's coming up soon. Within the next couple weeks. I'm going to be 51. I'm not celebrating. It's 51. Who gives a shit? I was supposed to look at something else that Mrs. Nerdrotic told me to look at, and I can't find it, so I'm not going to mess around with it right now. But happy birthday to John Balderdash and Stephen Durham. 40's a good age. You know, you're starting to go downhill at that point. I mean, let's be real. Just kidding. No, I like being older. 30 is when that's kind of when you grow up. 20s were a nightmare. Mary Ashmead for $2 sends the farting dog there. The farting the hearts. I like that. Thank you, Mary Ashmead. Drake is 6 for $2. Hail, Robert Meyer Burnett had a Star Trek theme stream nuked by CBS. Was he showing something? Drake is 6. That's weird. Do you know what happened with that, Doomcock?
No, I've no idea.
Did he mention it on Twitter?
I haven't been on Twitter, so
No, I haven't either. That's why I'm gonna go check and see why. Somebody
less than laudatory.
Yeah, I mean, like they have been nuts. They have been going nuts with their crackdown. They've been hitting people with just for still images and shit. I don't see anything.
Well, I think I better go ahead and post my review then, and I just won't use any stills. I'll use some crude drawings and,
you can
little
use
middle
stills.
fingers and shit.
I use stills. I use stills all over the place. You can use stills. It's video that's tricky with CBS, but you are absolutely allowed to use stills all day long. And I haven't been hit. I got hit on a live stream because I was playing because a piece of a trailer hit while I was watching the Comic-Con live stream, and then they hit me for the Comic-Con stuff, then it got overturned. So but CBS, if they hit it, I doubt they'll hit you. I haven't been hit for a still. I have not been hit for a still. The only person who hit, or the only company that hit me for a still, was Warner Brothers. Westworld Season 2, when they had that dumb map, I showed a picture of the map, and they hit me for that. But that was it. First day of law school tomorrow, but still tuning in. Oh, Stargate 404, thank you. I appreciate you for $2. Have fun at law school. It must be virtual, right? If it's in California. Nicholas Horton, thank you for the phallic unicorn for $1.49. CB News and Reviews for $5. Hail, I will be starting Star Trek Original Series reactions from Friday, as I haven't seen them and I want to see real Star Trek. Oh, so you're going to start watching them. Well, good. It's never too late to start watching Star Trek, right, Doomcock?
No, never.
Yeah.
It should be starting with TOS, though.
Yes.
Start with the original series, the one and only. I just call it Star Trek, but a lot of people call it TOS. Star Trek. Start with that.
Yep. It's just Star Trek. I agree with you. Lost Hope. Thank you for joining at the Proto Molecule level. CB News and Reviews. And by the way, there'll be a member stream this week sometime. Not sure when. I need to finish my videos for the week so I can actually. I'm trying to get some videos in the can, right? So I can spend the week packing. It's easier said than done. Gary, I'm so glad to be here and see you in DC. Hi, Mary. I'm glad you're here too. Hope things are all well with you and little Logan there. I don't know. Is he little anymore? He's probably about as little as my Logan, which is not little.
He's not little.
As not and, says CBS and Reviews. Okay. Oh, you didn't have to give another super chat for that. I figured that out. Sorry, man. Eli McGinnis, thank you for the hippopotamus sticker for $4.99. Australia is still banning manga, and Nicholas Horton for £5 says Australia is still banning manga and light novels. What's a light novel? Nothing safe anymore.
It's a novel where the letters are written on light bright boards.
It must be.
They're huge and very, 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 very post-literate. In other words, your story can only be about 5 or 10 light bright boards. It's not really light bright, making things with light.
I remember. Goddamn, it was just a piece of paper with some fucking 70s, man. That we were able to entertain ourselves with Pong with a little dot going boom, 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 boom. Remember football? Remember the handheld electronic football?
Yes, that's a great game.
Oh my God, I played
the
the shit out of
Mattel football game. And they also had Space Defender. I was like, it was Battlestar Galactica. It was wasn't it?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Like firing down at your ship or something like that. Yeah,
but
that's cool.
But that Mattel football game was a red dot with 2 red dots coming after another red dot, and you had to just go around the other dots, and they called it football. And I loved it. I played it for.
It was great.
Oh, and it was and it was on 2 AA.
I wish I had one of those now. Frankly.
Yeah. It was a good way to it's like raking sand. It was good for the brain, It was good for kind of kind of a meditation. Big Spin, thank you for joining us at the Proto Molecule level. Welcome. 200 Watt Studio for $2. Ninth Dr. Eccleston doing Big Finish. Yes, I did see that. Thank you. A couple people sent me emails, and my response is I don't listen to Big Finish anymore because they have introduced the Timeless Child into their canon. So it does not exist to me anymore. It's fucking dead. And I recommend if you want them to change, and listen, it's probably not going to happen, but we got to try. So if you really want the BBC to change and get rid of the Timeless Child storyline completely and restore William Hartnell as the first Doctor, you cannot buy anything from Doctor Who. I'm not calling for a boycott. I'm just telling you what you need to do for them to change. And it's up to you. It's up to you. But if you want them to change and restore William Hartnell as the first Doctor, you can't give them a penny for anything.
In other words, now that they've incorporated the Timeless Child into their canon, they really should change their name to Big Finished.
Big Finished. Yep. Now, if you still want to enjoy it and buy it secondhand, sure, that's what I do. But I don't think as much
Don't
as
give it a dime.
Yeah, I would be excited about this, but I think about him not showing up for the 50th anniversary and telling fans to kind of fuck off. And now that he's kind of down and out and he needs work, he's coming to Doctor Who, which is fine. I'm all about forgiveness, but
Dude, he just walked away from the first season. He didn't give a fuck. It was beneath him. Well, you know what? Now we don't give a shit. I mean, I really, really liked him.
I did too.
As the Doctor. I loved him. I was pissed off when he left. I didn't know at the time it was his decision. But yeah.
But what
I really wouldn't give him the time of day now.
What a joke. I would love to listen to it. But if I hear fucking 13th Doctor, Timeless Children, I will throw whatever I'm listening to it on. It'll probably be my phone. And listen, how pathetic is it that the audio adventures have the real talent now and the actual show sucks? I mean, Big Finish has been better than Doctor Who for quite some time now. And it's too bad that Nicholas Briggs went full on woke and didn't stand up for the Doctor Who fandom. And when the Timeless Child thing went down, I said, this is your moment. Creatives involved with the show, people who actors who used to play the Doctor and companions, everybody involved. Here is the line. I'm sorry. And I'm not sorry to do this, but here's your fucking line. If you want to be real with the fans, you come out against this because this is bullshit. And so far, all we've gotten is actors being silent or them go ahead and drinking the Kool-Aid and going to BBC. And guess what? Your career's fucked then, because Doctor Who fans are not happy about this. And the majority of them, or what's left, it's very similar to Star Trek. A lot of them have just walked away. A lot of those new fans you got, oh my God, you got so many new fans over the last 10 years. They're all gone. All fucking gone. You had a whole generation of kids, something Star Trek and Star Wars couldn't do. Doctor Who did, and you lost them.
Yep, you lost him. You bent the knee. You went ahead and incorporated this thing that is absolutely anathema to fans, something that kills Doctor Who at the most fundamental level that you can possibly imagine. And you're going ahead and embracing it? Well, yep. Let it drag you down into the depths and where you drown, because without respect we reject. Damn it! It just comes right down to that phrase: without respect we reject. And you are not respecting the canon. You're not respecting the fans. You're not respecting the traditions of Doctor Who. You're done. You're done. We reject you.
Yep,
that's it.
And you took Doctor Who out in the process. Fuck Chris Chibnall. And you know, fuck Jodie Whittaker too. She's not an innocent party in this, Mrs. I'm a raging feminist, and it's Doctor Who's a practice in the male gaze, and she didn't respect it enough to even fucking watch it. So you know what? Fucking screw
it was
that.
Monstrous.
You do not.
Timeless Child was one of the most horrible fucking things I think I've ever seen. I mean, it was the Last Jedi of Doctor Who, but almost even worse. It's repugnant. At least you didn't have Luke Skywalker fucking murdering a child over and over again in order to suck the fucking force out of him. For God's sakes. I mean, that was fucking monstrous.
It was.
They were supposed to be like, oh, carry on with Jodie Whittaker now. Oh, la-di-da, timey-wimey. Her fucking mouth hanging over like a goddamn catfish that's on land, gasping for breath in every fucking shot. Her fucking mouth, she can't close her fucking mouth. Buy Doctor Who a fucking hinge for her jaw that she can fucking shut it. Or get her like a goddamn cloth like Jacob Marley and Scrooge and tie it around her head so she keeps her fucking mouth shut. Let her talk through a voice box.
Yep.
Or something. I don't know. It's just the whole thing is awful. It's just fucking awful, man. Sometimes just like sometimes you fucking think about it, dude, and it just washes over you. It's like I try not to think about it. I don't look at it every day. I don't even watch. I'm just watching old Doctor Who's now. I'm making my way through all the old Doctor Who's, but I don't think about Jodie or any of that shit. I'm never going to revisit that stuff. But every once in a while, when you think about the fucking thing and you think about like over that tracking shot where all the kids are morphing and they're all blank expressions in the chair.
Yep.
It's TikTok to me. It's like, are you so fucking stupid that you don't realize that she's killing them over and over and over and over again? So the doctor is a victim of child violence and murder. And everything's timey-wimey, fucking perfect.
They
Wonderful.
absolutely realized
Wonderful.
it. It was the same as Umbrella Academy when you had the mom with a gun against the father with the child in the car, and they thought the mom was the good guy. Their values are so fucked up. It made it past editors. It made it past board members who saw the series. Same with Doctor Who. That made it past a lot of levels of people who were like, yeah, okay, we're going to sign off on that. She's killing a kid over and over again, over and over again. And in Umbrella Academy, a mother is holding a gun against a father with her son in the car, threatening the father with her son in the car. I mean,
because she's a frustrated lesbian. I mean,
which makes her okay, which makes everything okay. I mean,
because she's fighting for love.
In Batwoman, we proved that if you're gay, you're not guilty of murder. So, fucking
right. But it is my look. One of the worst things about this, and we don't really talk about this, is the completely unrealistic and nonsensical existence of the Doctor now. Because you cannot be murdered as a child over and over and over and over again and be perfectly fucking fine. I had the same problem, Gary, and maybe I was in the minority, but I had a huge fucking problem with Torchwood when they had Captain Jack buried for 1,000 years, 2,000 years. Remember where he was buried alive for 1,000 years or 2,000 years? You're not going to be fine after that.
No.
You're not going to be fine. The sheer mind-numbing loneliness and boredom of it would make you absolutely fucking warped. And he shows up and he says, "Oh, everything's fine." I mean, it's some bad fucking writing by Davies. And it's bad fucking writing here. Fundamentally, the Doctor would not be okay after being murdered over and over and over again as a fucking child.
No, that's
okay.
They did that with Hellbent. People call it Capaldi's single best episode, and it was a solo episode where he's just. I mean, it's fucking good. He's good, but he ends up being trapped, right? For billions of years by himself for 4 billion years or something like that. No. Right. Yeah. I feel the same way. It's just like, that's too long. That's stupid. I mean, you're trying to make it say 1 million years. Okay. I mean, 4 billion years.
Even 1 million years. I mean, even 2 years. I mean, come on, look, dude, it's not okay.
My God, 30 years of 30 days of solitary confinement. I mean, I don't know how many people have ever experienced that. But I mean, you don't see a soul for 30 days. You don't talk to anybody. You don't get a bed. I mean, it's fucked up.
Medieval.
You could see the sky for an hour a day. And it used to be much worse when they used to throw you in the hole, man. It used to be in the hole. You didn't get out at all. So, you're not okay after that much time. So yeah, you're right. That's bad writing.
Terrible writing. Captain Jack for 2,000 years, 1,000 years. Come on.
I can't remember how long it was. Polaris Sucks says, how about that ist anti-trans Shatner tweet? Sarcasm. I know it's sarcasm. Polaris Sucks. Yeah, I retweeted it. That was fucking brilliant what he said. I mean, it's basic, but he's an 80-year-old man. So he's saying like practical shit. I don't know if it's actually him.
I'd love to know if it was really him or not.
Some people say it is. Some people say it isn't. I don't know. But he basically put out a tweet that somebody was bullying him and using some kind of I can't even remember. I gotta have to look it up now.
Yeah, I don't remember the phrasing, but it was very good.
It was good. And like, again, the only reason I caught it is because that's when I went on Twitter and his tweet was like the first thing I saw. Because if it's not the first thing I see, I'm usually going to my messages and stuff. Oh, Jack Beers. Yeah, that was fucking awesome too, by the way, Jack. Thank you. I got, and when you release your review, you'll get more views than fucking Wesley Crusher. He only got the Star Trek Lower Decks premiere on the Ready Room, hosted by Will Wheaton on the CBS All Ass YouTube channel, got 10,000 views. Doomcock. 10,000
Ouch.
views.
Ouch.
Yep.
See, that's the thing I've been reluctant to do, like post my review, is just because it's, not a lot of people care about Star Trek Lower Decks. I mean, I did a long review live Friday, but I've thought about clipping it out and augmenting it and reposting it. I don't know. You think it's worth it?
I did one. I got 100,000 views. Yeah, it's totally worth it.
I'll give it a review then, because people need to speak out against this shit. I don't care. You know,
I just did it. Well, it means a cartoon, so I just did a short, like 8-minute review.
I went on and on.
Mine is, and I got another video coming out. Actually, it's longer. I got a video coming out tomorrow on it. But no, my Umbrella Academy, which is probably going to get like, I don't know, 80,000 views if I'm lucky, is 16 minutes of me getting into it. I mean, it's a weird, because I really loved half of the show and I really loathed half of the show, but I'm still a fan of the show. I'm going to give it like when season 3 comes around, I'll give it a chance for sure. And I mean, I'll always have season 1. And I guess that's all we can expect nowadays is like it was when maybe we'll get something that's unwoke in the beginning, but if it gets any amount of success at all, it will get fucking woke. Like The Boys season 2, I promise you, will be woke as fuck. Like as bad or if not worse than the Umbrella Academy.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a bad feeling about it, dude.
Mandalorian really season 2 gonna be woke as fuck. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Trust me. They lure
I do. I'm sensing it. I feel a disturbance in the force as if millions of voices suddenly cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced. No doubt about it.
And after what Gina Carano went through, I'm a big fan of hers now. She stood up to the fucking idiots and the Twitterati and blue Twitter. So she's a badass. She's obviously a badass and somebody who thinks with common sense. So I want her to do well. I do. But I doubt she's going to call out any wokeness in The Mandalorian. And what I mean woke, it's going to be intersectional. I don't think it's going to be necessarily woke. I think it'll be filled with intersectional feminism. There'll be a girl boss for the Mandalorians, and there'll be a very inclusive, I can't say empire, but whatever the evil organization will be. And I'm sure it'll be very, very inclusive, and there'll be a woman in charge. Like every instance where somebody is going to be in charge, it'll be a woman. Yes.
And maybe Baby Yoda is Baby Yodette.
I still say Baby Yoda's Yoda. I was like, they called it the boy. And I was like, that's gotta be a girl. Mm-hmm. It's gotta be a girl.
Has a Mandalorian changed his, her, its, they's diaper? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Moff Gideon is going to have a girl boss. Trust me. I'm sure somebody's going, actually, in a comic that came out 2 weeks ago, he has a male boss.
Maybe Moff Gideon will actually turn out to be Muff Gideon.
Muff Gideon. There you go.
Eventually.
There you go. Okay, so here's what William Shatner said. He said, amazing how I'm, or I'll show you guys. I'll show it.
Should I read it?
Yeah, you can. Oh, yeah. You read it. That's much better. I didn't want to turn my camera off. I just wanted to share. There we go. There you go, my friend. Use your best Shatner.
Amazing how I'm deep bully when she responded to me. Also, why bring up skin color or the fact she is trans? Does that make her different, or are there different rules of engagement to respond to her? Seems like all you're doing is trying to put a victim label on a bully.
There you go.
That was good. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
Well done. Yeah, it's a pretty basic, obvious statement, but thank God he said it. And more people are saying this shit. And that's why I'm going to leave Twitter very, very soon. Very soon.
I'm so sick of it. I mean, I love a lot of folks on Twitter. That's what's keeping me around, because I, DM folks and, I do keep up on news periodically, but I don't check it nearly as often as I used to, because it's just so
it's a time suck.
Depressing. It does suck up your time. And but there's so many people I love on Twitter that it's really hard. It's like, why can't I quit you? Well, that's the reason. It's because of the people, but the platform itself is fucked. So I don't know. It's a real war between leaving entirely and just trying to unplug as much as I can.
Yeah, it's a struggle. You don't want to leave that many people following. I don't want to say people are following that account. Okay, I don't want to call it followers. Right. Behind, and I can use them. It's a good way to communicate. It is, and there is some fun stuff on there. But generally, it's a time suck, and it's bad if you're a YouTube content creator. I stick with that. I lose even what little time I spend on it. I could spend it on this platform, where you can interact, and it's a lot more fun. It's a lot more fun.
It is.
Lower Decks could have worked if it took some Ritalin, made characters enlisted and had some intelligence. Yet again, Secret Hideout has no intelligence. It says inelegance, but I'm pretty sure it's intelligence, Jaegerbomb.
Yes, they have no elegance.
They have no elegance either. It's not elegant. And no, there's no subtlety. There's no nuance. There's no elegance. There's no class. There's no talent. Hollywood lacks POT, people of talent. How about, I read that one. Hail all. I heard a rumor. Everyone watching, press the like button, says Lost Hope for Australian $5. That's awesome.
Outstanding. Like Thank you, Lost Hope.
Nice. They're getting an action figure line. That's great, but I would rather get an action figure line from the comic books. The White Violin is a very interesting looking character that they couldn't have done on television, but that's why comic books are a better medium than television.
That's true. If I could get a Kate Walsh figure that looked just like her, though, I'm in.
Like a 1/6 scale. Yeah,
she's gorgeous.
Yeah, she plays crazy good.
She does. Jesus, she's really good. Good actress. She has just the right tone. Every time that I felt like Umbrella Academy was drifting away from what made it great, they'd have a scene with her, and she would absolutely capture that vibe. I mean, even more than number 5. 5 is great. I mean, he drives the show. But in terms of the tone, the perfect tone, the mix of whimsy and menace and strangeness, she embodies it. I mean, I think better than anyone else. It really, that Lemony Snicket, Willy Wonka, Wizard of Oz, Cruella de Vil vibe. She nails it to the wall.
Yeah, she does. The only flaw in her character in the season was repeated storylines with her just dealing with 5 again and trying to overthrow the board. And that was just, it was repeated, but good interaction. Actually, 5 and her had really. I would love to see her play off of Sir Reginald Hargreaves. But yeah, no, the acting is fucking top notch in the Umbrella Academy for the most part, except for Ellen Page. Ellen Page has no range. She plays Vanya great in season 1 because that is Ellen Page, like a morose, depressed, a girl who's like eternally going to look like she's 16 years old.
A killjoy.
She is a killjoy for sure.
She's a joy vampire. She sucks the joy out of just damn near everything she's in, except for Inception. I really loved Inception. I thought that was a great movie.
Inception is a great movie, but that's Nolan. That is Nolan. You know what? She wasn't bad as Kitty Pryde in X-Men 3. She wasn't. but it was, her scene was like 5 seconds long. So,
Right.
what do you both think sustains this current iteration of Trek? If B&B put this trash out on the airwaves, it would have got canned by season 1 of the first show. Asks Raymond 1701 for 10 pounds. I think we have the answer. I think the reason it's sustained is the streaming wars.
I think that, but also the reason is the alleged term in the contract where CBS has to make every effort to make Star Trek successful. And so Kurtzman keeps leveraging that alleged item in the contract. It's like, well, if you're doing everything you can, you're going to give me this other season. Oh, you're going to give me this Picard. Oh, you're going to give me this animated series to try and reach the kids. I mean, there's always this next moving goalpost.
I mean, they own it outright. Who would they be leveraging that against?
Oh, they've signed it away. They've signed.
Oh,
essentially this like separate brand of Trek that they have to do everything that they possibly can to make successful. And I think that they haven't had enough balls to say, okay, enough's enough. This was enough, because it would have to be litigated if this is true. This is what I've heard. I think Midnight's Edge has also put this out there. It really is. Les Moonves, on his way out, left a poison pill in the heart of Star Trek that is still expanding and releasing toxins. And I mean, it's a corpse. It was the worst possible contract that you can imagine, where you've got to go ahead and actually like bend over backwards, even in the face of demonstrated incompetence and lack of popularity. Well, but you haven't given us a fair shake. You could give us another show. Well, we got to try with Picard. Oh, well, we got to try with an animated show, don't we? I mean, come on, be reasonable. We'll have to litigate this, it's true.
There's got to be an explanation, because it's not quality. It's not quality and success. The two things that drive a television show, and even quality isn't enough. It has to be successful. This show was not successful. Picard cost $8 to $10 million per episode. Star Trek Discovery season 1 and 2, $8 to $10 million per episode. There's no way in fucking hell they made their money back on that. I don't know what they paid on Lower Decks. If it was more than $5, it was too much money, but they haven't got a return on their investment on this. So they must be leveraging it. I don't know what I'm trying to think of a real world answer that doesn't involve some stupid Hollywood insanity, but I think you're right, Doomcock. I think it's petty egos, and Moonves walking out the door. This guy, he was kind of, he was a kind of a tyrant,
He was, and he knew that he was going to get, the Cherry Redstone was going to get him. I think he knew it. I think he had that predator sense that, he was targeted and that it was not going to be long for that world. And he wanted to go ahead and leave something behind that would really, really be a thorn in CBS's, forget paw, like lower intestine, until they just dropped dead. He hated science fiction. He hated Star Trek, and that's what he did. And he did a brilliant job on it. Honestly, if you wanted to fuck Star Trek, you did it. Mission accomplished.
He did. Here's some of the language in this. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but some of the language in this is very interesting. For one, let's go to the headline. Emma Watts, top priority at Paramount. Now, she used to be at Fox. Apparently, she was a script supervisor at Fox. Funny, interesting side story. One of my employees at the comic shop, his mom was the person who axed Firefly.
Great. Thanks, Mom.
She was the script supervisor at Fox.
That's just
I'll leave the name out. I had dinner with her. I asked her about it. I did. I straight up asked her. I'm like, I love the show. Why'd you do it? And she was, matter of factly, but she said, listen, it wasn't performing for us. We liked the show. We believed the show. And I even brought up that you showed it out of order. And she said, yeah, well, that probably wasn't a good idea in hindsight, but what's done is done. She said, and then she said, I've axed a lot of shows. And she was just like, whatever. Yeah. I had my chance to take her out, but I didn't know. She was a really nice lady. She, it's cold blood.
Well, it
business.
wasn't really performing. I mean, a lot of people didn't get it at the time, and honestly, I didn't get it at the time. I watched the first episode. What the fuck is this? A space western? I don't know. And I didn't really come into the fold until years and years later, when I was home sick on the couch, and I was looking for something, and I'm like, you know what? A lot of people love this Firefly thing. I'm gonna give it a real look and watch a couple episodes and see if I can figure out what's going on. And I loved it. So it was just one of these things that was just out of sync with the times or something. I don't know.
It just wasn't meant to be. Yeah. I mean, it's a great first season of television, and
fantastic.
And
I adore it.
The movie is fucking great. And, and the movie didn't do well either because they showed it free too many times. And it was one of the, it was way before the Snyder Cut. It was a complete fan movement. That was a small, tiny fandom. And it worked. And the only reason I was watching it live was because I was, Buffy was on, and I was just loyal to Joss Whedon. So, but I can't say I was loving it at first, but then I liked it as the season went on, but then it was gone. Emma Watts, top priority at Paramount, figure out Star Trek reboot. Okay. So before we go on, remember, Star Trek is reunited, supposedly. It is under one umbrella, under Viacom CBS. So why would you want to reboot something you have on the air technically right now? This makes no sense to me, unless you're talking about a movie in a different universe, in the Kelvin universe. Why would you continue that when you have all of Star Trek in one place? Why wouldn't you go to your guru, Alex Kurtzman, who you're paying $25 million to plan a Star Trek movie? Why are you going back to the scrap heap and trying to get something from Noah Hawley? Oh, probably because he's more talented than Alex Kurtzman. And then, they talk about the Chris Hemsworth project here. But something very interesting is said right about here. Okay, what we're hearing is that both the Hawley pick, which calls for a new cast and might be about a deadly virus, which might feel awkward given current circumstances, and the Smith version, Tarantino dropped out of as director. That's the one about City at the Edge. Basically here. But the project is still viable based on an episode of the classic Star Trek series that takes place largely earthbound in a 30s gangster setting. Might serve
piece of the action.
Might serve the franchise best as a Logan-like spin-off when the core franchise has been revitalized. The other one, now this is where there's poor. They meant to write something else. This is bad editing, but I'm going to read it out loud anyway. The other one, then the other one might have the cleanest path forward toward relaunch, which with an emphasis on boosting overseas gross numbers. Okay, that's their they'll never be able to do this. They'll never be able to do this. Star Trek. It's been 50 years it hasn't caught on overseas. You would have to make it not Star Trek for it to catch on overseas. So fuck it. Which has never been the franchise's strong suit. These decisions will take place over the next few years. But this is the key phrase right here. When the core franchise, they might serve the franchise best as Logan-like spinoffs when the core franchise has been revitalized.
Well, and I wonder, Gary, because the next paragraph starts off with the sentence, Star Trek continues to be a monster franchise for Viacom CBS, so they want to make sure they get it right. Well, if it's a monster franchise, then why does it need to be revitalized? I don't get it.
Okay, yeah.
That's kind of 1984-ish. Kind of double thinky, isn't it?
That is mental gymnastics. Okay, so that's this sentence alone. Star Trek continues to be a monster franchise for Viacom CBS, so they want to make sure they get it right. Well, if it's a monster franchise, then you got it right. Wouldn't you want to continue it?
You would want to keep that momentum going.
But the language they're using is they haven't got it right, or they're talking about two separate things, a TV Star Trek and a movie Star Trek, which are different universes. I don't know. It sounds like to me that the contract's still in play. I don't know. It's the language they're using. I don't really care what the answer is, to be honest with you, because Star Trek is shit. It'll never play overseas. And this is it. This is it. This 23 days of Star Trek is going to lead into maybe, I don't think we'll see Strange New Worlds. I could be wrong.
No, it's dead. It's dead. There's no going to be a Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Probably Picard is because of technical reasons, no matter what their absolute commitment is, it's not going to happen. In my opinion, Star Trek is fucking dead. Star Trek is fucking dead. I don't know. Nobody's going to come back to it except the hardest core of the hardcore fans who will be curious that they could save it. And even if they do, even if they get something that's like, Firefly meets Battlestar Galactica levels of good, getting the word out and the inertia of the suck that Kurtzman, the cement over boots of suck that Kurtzman has sunk the franchise with, it's going to be very hard to overcome that negative momentum, that negative buoyancy as the thing sinks into the narrative Mariana's Trench. It's dead, Jim.
Yeah, when you turn off the fans, it doesn't matter. You could bring everything back. And I've seen this again over and over again in comic books where they piss off the fans. They go too far and they're like, oh, we got the original. Remember that team you liked 10 years ago, that art team, when we brought them back? And it brings back a couple people, but it never brings back everybody. Never does.
No way.
Never. There's the law of diminishing returns, even when your shit is good. It's very rare for something to grow Game of Thrones was a miracle, was an anomaly for the most part. Sopranos, those are once in a lifetime shows or once an era shows for their genre. And Star Trek has had its day and Doctor Who has had its day. And the only thing you could have hoped to do was maintain. But that wasn't good enough. They got greedy. They wanted to make, listen, the option was on the table to make a Doctor Who movie that would have been a hit. If they would have gotten Tennant and Davies to work on a film with Stephen Moffat, bring in Captain Jack, you could, and spent like $70 million on it or something like that. That would have been a hit movie. That movie would have profited. It would have made money. That time has passed. Star Trek can't even do that now. You can't even do a cheap movie because it won't even make money. You could roll out a $50 million budget Star Trek movie and it would lose money. It would not do dick at the box office. Okay, and again, if these shows are so successful, show us the fucking numbers. You know what? Do a Picard movie. Do a Star Trek Discovery movie. I double dog dare you. Do it. Do it.
Well, the fact that they're silent speaks volumes. Hollywood is not in the habit of hiding its light under a bushel. If there was good news, they would have said it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. When something is, Netflix has bragged once in a while. They're like, hey, we got, they showed Daredevil's views one time and it was like insane. Stranger Things was insane. But and Parrot Analytics was out there trying to tell us that Star Trek Discovery was as popular as fucking Stranger Things, or in the same ballpark, which is ridiculous. Hopefully it's worked that we don't use the Star Trek hashtag anymore. I don't use it anymore. I use Star Wrecked or RIP Star Trek or Fake Trek.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Gervais gets a pass because he made them super massive amounts of money and all the execs would cut off a limb to get another office from him. TJ Paris for $5. He doesn't feel comfortable enough to make another office, though. He's said that multiple times. What do you think? Oh, I read that one already. Lost Hope. Space Above and Beyond was a great show. It was ended too soon, one season. Do you think a reboot could work using a bit of the BSG style? I wouldn't go BSG style. You know what we need? Fun science fiction. I want fun science fiction. Something like Fifth Element, something in the tone of Umbrella Academy season 1, something fun. Doctor Who, modern, just Doctor Who before 2000, before the 50th anniversary. that kind of.
I agree. Although I do believe that of all the things that maybe could profit from a reboot, I think Space Above and Beyond definitely could. I don't think it realized its potential early on. I think it was a damn fine show. Wasn't it some of the X-Files guys, Darren Morgan and Glenn? Geez, I'm forgetting his name. It was well done. And I think you could definitely make a good show from that. A good military sci-fi show, I think, would have a audience these days. But I tend to agree that the thing that's missing most these days is fun. Point to a show that's fun. Umbrella Academy had it way more than most shows these days. Fun is... It's an endangered species in entertainment, and we need it back. I mean, Star Wars, Star Trek, all these things were fun. Star Trek had more social relevance and more philosophical bent, but it always was fun. At its best, anyway. I mean, when it got tiresome is when it kind of lost its fun. I think Voyager lost its fun to a large extent. Enterprise started out handicapped terribly and only found its fun, honestly, maybe about season 4 when Manny Koto was doing it. We need fun. I think that's one of the reasons why I think Guardians of the Galaxy is the best Marvel movie ever made, is because it had fun out the ass. It was so great. Yep. And one thing I forgot to mention about Umbrella Academy, the music in it was absolutely fantastic. Great stuff. Oh,
could not agree more. And even, I gave, in my review, I gave Gerard Way a hard time because, I'm not a My Chemical Romance fan. My oldest son liked him for a little while, went through a little phase. But his song, Here Comes the End, which is at the end of episode, I think it's the seven signs of the paradox or whatever it was. The 8th episode at the end is a great song. As a catchy little fucking tune. It's in their trailer. I like it. I like that song a lot. But the music overall, just as good as it was in season 1, without a doubt. Really good choices of music. Doomcock, did you feel dissatisfied on how Jules Verne killed off Captain Nemo in Mysterious Island? It felt like Luke Skywalker's death, except it was not woke. Asks Aquarius for $10.
Yeah, it wasn't woke. I think it could have been better. Yeah, it kind of cursory. I didn't much care for it.
Captain Nemo lives.
Yes, Captain Nemo. And one of the things I love, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, the Disney movie with James Mason as Captain Nemo. That's my favorite Nemo. I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah, no, I that's my favorite too. I like the comic, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Love that fucking comic a lot. Been watching old 80s movies myself, says Josh Krushk for $1. Krushke, is it Krushke? Thank you.
I think so.
For $1.99. Yeah. I got a bunch of them. I'm right there, Josh. I went on Amazon the other day and went bargain shopping. And dude, you're not gonna believe what I got. I got like 1941 is my camera. I can't even remember if my camera's on now.
No, it's not on right now.
It's not on. Yeah, okay, you can't see. I got like 1941. It's a terrible movie. But yeah, I got a bunch of 80s movies that I like. I got Dreamscape.
That's a good one.
Yeah, they're all like
Quaid.
$7.
Christopher Plummer.
Yep.
Kate Capshaw.
Yep. I showed this one last time, but love Nightbreed. There you go. And I got the Dolph Lundgren Punisher for like fucking $5.
Nice.
Yeah. Just stuff to watch because there's nothing to watch now.
I bought like a 50, like a sci-fi collection of like 50 movies in a pack for like $3.
No,
a lot of public domain stuff, but still, I really, really like that stuff. Also got a 50 pack or like a splatter collection of kind of lesser known, kind of borderline shabby, gore flicks from the, 70s and 80s, some in the 60s. I love that kind of stuff,
Me too. No, there's just nothing on. I mean, like, honestly though, I'll probably I watch movies at night. During the day, I'm watching YouTube.
I'm too busy. I don't indulge during the day. Only at night do I do any kind of reading, or like the other night when I watched Death Sport, it was like, I put it on at like 12:30 at night, and I was just trying to wind down, and I loved it. You got to watch Death Sport.
I'll check it out. No, I'll most definitely check it out.
It was so fucking cool. I mean, they got like the matte paintings of like the Dome City, and it's like, oh, it's so cool. It's so much cooler than CGI. I swear to God. It's just the artistry of it. There's something neat, even on a low budget movie where they, popped and it had this kind of synth score, like wow, 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 that kind of thing. I loved it. It was just fucking great.
Yep.
Terrible, but great.
No, that's the good stuff. It reminds me, the only like B-70s movie I know of is Laser Blast, because my friend's dad was in it.
Oh, yes. Well, you see, the guy that was in Laser Blast that looked so scary, that guy, the blonde guy?
Yeah.
He was in Death Sport.
Oh, of course.
He was the bad guy. That guy, I was blown away by how much he sounds like Rutger Hauer. You ever notice that? The guy sounds very much like Rutger Hauer. And this guy's one of the scariest looking motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. I swear to God, I don't know what other movies he's been in, but every time I've seen him around, and every time I think this guy looks like evil. This guy, I don't know. He probably wasn't the nicest guy in the world, but
he might have been
sinister. What? I got to look up his name, see if I can share his face.
Well, if you get just IMDb it on Laser Blast, a friend of mine's dad was in that movie, and it was a big front for It was a B movie, and it served the purposes all B movies do. B movies are made to hide money for the studio, launder money for drug dealers, stuff like that. There's Laser Blast, and yeah, he is a scary looking dude.
He is. I'm trying to bring him up on the screen. Can you bring him up? Or
Kim Milford?
Richard Lynch is the name of the actor I'm talking about.
Is it? Okay, Kim Milford's the guy from Laser Blast.
Okay, then I was mistaken on that point. Let me shit. I'm trying to save the. Hold on.
Kind of look like Mark Hamill, a little bit.
The guy Richard Lynch.
The guy from Laser Blast looks like fucking Mark Hamill. Like,
yeah, I think I was. It's been a long time. I love the lizard aliens in that.
Yeah,
the little aliens that had the stop motion. I mean that is so cool.
Back in the day.
Here I've got a picture of the guy. Let me see if I can share it so you guys know what I'm talking about here. Share screen. There we go. Okay, so that's the guy. If you want to. Richard Lynch. You recognize him?
I totally recognize that guy. What the hell? He's been in a ton of shit.
Yes, he was taking these horrible lines in this movie and making them sound like Shakespeare. This guy was so committed to this horrible thing that even David Carradine couldn't take seriously. I mean, he was just grunting, and David Carradine was, and he got to, kiss a boobie, and he was fucking around. But this guy, man, the commitment.
Oh, what has he been in? That why do I know this guy? So he's been in something.
He let me he was in Halloween in 2007. He was Principal Chambers. He was in Charmed, the TV series. He was in Battlestar Galactica: The Second Coming as Count Ibley.
Yep.
In 1999. Acapulco Heat. He was in Mike Hammer, Private Eye, the TV series. Vendetta. Let's see. Highlander, the TV series. He was John Kieran / Cage.
Maybe from that.
Cyborg 3, The Recycler. Scanner Cop. He was in several. He was in a Gambit Part 1 and 2 on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
That must be what I know him from.
Puppet Master 3, Alligator 2, The Forbidden Dance, Kojak, Hunter, Werewolf, the TV series. He was on a lot of different stuff. Airwolf, he was on.
Airwolf.
Yeah, Riptide, A-Team. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I mean, I've seen this guy forever. The Sword and the Sorcerer, which is another movie that's on Amazon that I need to watch. He was apparently in that. Galactica 1980, he was Commander Javier in Galactica Discovers Earth, Part 1, 2, and 3. Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, Barnaby Jones, Starsky and Hutch, original Battlestar Galactica. He played Wolf on Gun on Ice Planet Zero, Bionic Woman. Shit, he's on everything.
Just
That
everything.
guy, he was amazing. I got to say, I was impressed by his performance. The commitment.
For such a
Dude.
shitty movie. So Java Bean for $7.99 Australian says Steptoe and Son theme by Doctor Who theme composer Ron Grainer. Interesting.
Yes, it was. Incidental music. They credit incidental music by Rod Grainer in the credits. I don't know if he wrote the title. It seems to me that the title that they used, the first episode of Steptoe and Son, was part of a comedy anthology. And they used the comedy anthology theme for Steptoe and Son because it was a part of their installment. But then they said, we're going to take this thing to series because it was so good. And I think they used that same theme carried over for Steptoe and Son. But yes, you're right. Incidental music was credited to Ron Grainer, who did Doctor Who and The Prisoner.
Awesome. Ice Pirates, great bad movie. Yes, it was. The Heb 24 for $4.99. Oh, what was that? What was that actor's name again? Oh, he was in Vegas.
Robert Ulrich.
Yeah, he died.
Oh,
Robert
he was
Robert
Vegas Spencer, right? Or,
yeah, he was in
something?
Vegas. He was in a show called Vegas.
Yeah.
I remember that. Kurtzman should get a vacation to the Amazon and be left there by the crew, says Tim Scorpion for $5 somewhere. I wish he would just go work on Clarice or whatever and get the hell away from Star Trek. But I mean, it's way too late for that. It's honestly, it's like you're watching, I don't know, one of your friends do something dumb and he's like going to keep doing it. So you're just going to watch. It's not even a friend at this point. I don't even know what the analogy is. This is new territory. There is a company that is still worth $1 billion out there with a franchise, and they're just killing it, and they keep giving them more shows. It's not successful. It's weird. It is definitely weird. So there has to be something contractual or something going on, because
I think so. Yeah.
They're actually harming their brand by making more of it.
Mm-hmm.
That tells
and
you,
they know it. I think they know it at this point, and that's why they are conflicted. Because Gary, if that's true, if contractually they are obligated to do every possible thing, make every effort to make Star Trek successful under the Kurtzman brand, the Secret Hideout license, then they can't even acknowledge publicly that they're unhappy. I mean, they have to be very careful, even in the language. They cannot acknowledge that there's a problem. So I'm surprised that article is even there, talking about rebranding or anything else. They must be about at the point where they've said, okay, you know what? We've met the legal requirement of having done our best. It's not working. And we don't even have international distribution for Lower Decks. So it's time to send a signal flare out to the fans. Hey, help us, save us. We're being held a prisoner in a Chinese laundry named Secret Hideout. You know what I'm saying? Like putting it in the fortune cookie. I think that's what's happening at this point. That
article came out the day after Star Trek Lower Decks aired. The day after 23 weeks of Star Trek started. I mean, the timing of it was bizarre. It was funny.
A plea for help.
I enjoyed it, but I mean, I'm like, they didn't even bring up Alex Kurtzman at the very end. They brought up Star Trek, CBS, but they didn't really mention All Access either. So I mean, interesting.
Very
Gary,
interesting. I have to step.
Go ahead.
I'm boiling in here. I got to change the AC.
Go.
I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
Gary, talk to me about Ghost Rider. The new storylines don't seem to be too woke yet. What do you think about Donny Cates? Donny Cates is a capable comic book writer, but the problem is he has acted the fool on Twitter. He's attacked fans. He's shown that he is one of your typical idiots on in the comic book industry that gets involved in cancel culture. He supposedly was involved in a group to get rid of EVS. And that's according to EVS and some other sources. So I don't think much of them, and I don't buy modern comic books, and that's why. It would be impossible for me to pick up a Ghost Rider, which I would love to pick up. Up until a certain point, I own every issue of Ghost Rider, including the Western Ghost Rider. It's one of my favorite all-time characters. It's tattooed on my body. I love Ghost Rider. I also think it's the one character that really hasn't had a great storyline. It's a good concept. It's a great concept. And although I'm a Johnny Blaze fan, Danny Ketch had the better stories in the 90s. The 90s Ghost Riders had the better stories. Now, there was a great story with, I think it's Hearts of Darkness. It was Ghost Rider, Wolverine, and Punisher. That was a good fucking story. Daniel Way did a great Ghost Rider run in the mid-2000s, and Garth Ennis did a really good Ghost Rider story. By the way, the Ghost Rider Volume 3, number 7, if you go to the back to the letters page, my tattoo is on the letters page in issue number 7. The Maxer 003, but I'm not going to pick it up. I'm serious about that. I don't know if you've watched my live streams with Az from Heel vs. Babyface. We do it every other Tuesday. It's bagging and boarding and chatting. We bag and board comic books and we talk comic books. We both are done buying mainstream comic books. We both announced it right at the same time, right around when the Dynamite thing happened with Cecil. Fucking done with modern comic books. And then the Whisper Network shit. And then they came back and denied there was a Whisper Network. Then they came back and clowned everybody and said, doesn't every adult have a Whisper Network where they wake up in the morning and go to, try to find people to destroy, try to see if somebody will off themselves for kicks. Yeah, these are foul people. So I can't give them any money. I can't. I work too hard for it, and it'd be disrespecting the people who've supported this channel to pass that money on to assholes like that. I would love to read a good Ghost Rider, though, and I would love to find out if Donny Cates is really that good of a writer. But he's got to change his ways a lot like a lot of people do in the comic book industry. And I mean coming out and apologizing to all the fans, and say they might go out and turn over a new leaf and then prove it. Yeah, sure. Then I would pick up another comic book if I heard that. Something like that. Never happened. Will the Exozone be on YouTube or somewhere else? Asks Flicks by Cody for $2.
Who can say? I don't know.
I think it'll partially be on YouTube, but the possibility of the Exozone being like, say, a podcast, I think could happen. Could happen. Never know.
It is possible.
Yeah. Blank for $19.99 says, I highly recommend if you're looking for books, Steve and Fry's Mythos and Heroes, 2 fabulous books on Greek mythology with a British sensibility, wit, and humor. Highly recommend the audiobook version. Read by Fry. Okay. Stephen Fry.
I like Stephen Fry a lot. I think he's a very witty and intelligent man. And actually, it was interesting. There was a debate on political correctness I saw on YouTube, and Stephen Fry was solidly on our side. Yep. So, yeah, great guy.
Yeah,
very eloquent defense of freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom from orthodoxy. Great guy.
Yeah, I truly think, and this is where, I know there's a lot of classic liberals out there, a lot of good classic liberals who know there's a line, right? So they're a liberal person, but they're not socialist, they're not Marxist, they're just liberal. They have a different point of view, but they definitely know where that line is. And I think Stephen Fry is one of those people. The problem is, like with Ricky Gervais, and I know where he sits politically, and, you know, I agree with some stuff. I don't agree with others, but it's the letting the wolf in the door shit that has really, really fucking bothered me that they have let in. And it's poisoned our pop culture in some aspects beyond repair. There are a lot of people now who feel disenfranchised from pop culture because they don't feel like they're welcome just because they're on the right side of the aisle. And now it has gone from you're a conservative to you are alt-right to you are a white supremacist in a very short amount of time, where your politics haven't changed, but they keep moving the goalposts. And that's the extremists, and I know that. But the thing is, they are being supported by the corporations now. Jar Jar Abrams' Bad Robot and their fight against white supremacy in the workplace supported that insane shit. But and fuck them. I'll never let them forget that. They went way beyond what even Disney said. I mean, just putting up some lame statement saying we at Brand support cause for brand's sake. JJ went one step further and made like a propaganda pamphlet. So that disenfranchises people from what they used to love. They just feel separated from it. They don't feel fucking welcome, and they're told they're not welcome anymore. And we're fighting to keep fandom for everybody, and that includes conservatives and Catholics and Protestants and everybody who is considered the bad guy now just because they have a belief.
Absolutely, yeah. I would also say protecting also for liberals. I mean, an umbrella that embraces everyone. In my book, I absolutely despise extremists, and SJWs are extremists. But we shouldn't tar and feather an entire half of America with these assholes that are on the far end of the spectrum. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, but it's a lot of see, that's where it's a problem. There's a lot of people who are classic liberal. They're over here. They're here right now. You need to identify yourself. Unfortunately, the SJWs come from the left. I mean, I heard Rob Gallo the other day saying it's both sides. It's both sides. It really isn't right now, to be honest with you. I don't hear a very strong extremist alt-right side. I hear the SJWs saying they're there, but I don't. I know they exist somewhere, but they don't have any power in entertainment right now. And it's clearly the left. So we're seeing some champions on the left, and those liberals are Ricky Gervais, Stephen Fry, John Cleese, and Bill Burr. Bill Burr's not right.
Right.
Rogan. Joe Rogan's not right. Tim Pool's
right.
Not right.
No way is Chappelle right.
Chappelle's not right either.
I mean left. He's like I said. It's important not to abandon nuance is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
It's important not to abandon nuance, and it's important to have an umbrella that embraces all reasonable people.
Yep.
That's very important to me.
Yeah. And the thing is, that's a tough fight right now because I said before, people are getting, they're getting entrenched, and I don't blame them. There's so much fucking craziness going on.
I know.
And it's really hard to defend the left when you look at Portland and Minnesota and my city. It's very hard. I had to make a conscious decision that I never thought I'd have to make. Okay. I get shit in the comments. It's fine. One guy said, I don't know how you have a brain cell in your head and remain independent. Well, I have a brain cell and I'm independent. I'm not going to allow.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Nobody's,
Gary. That's a reasonable stance to me.
Nobody's going to fill out my political scorecard for me. That being said, when I'm moving, I am consciously not going to move to a blue city. I refuse to. I've lived in one now for 18 years, and this isn't a fun place to live. I'm like, we're going to have to abandon our fucking house basically because there is some insane shit going on. Now I know San Francisco is an extreme example, but really is it? I mean, like San Francisco's not as extreme as Portland or Seattle or New York. It's actually, you would think they would be worse, but they're not. So, you know, I'm going to move to the fucking country probably. I'm not getting, you know, I don't know if there's any red big cities. Are there any? Do they exist? Well, San Diego is kind of, but, yeah, it's and that shit I never thought I'd have to think about. And it sucks, you know, because I want to look at both sides of the argument. But right now, you got to be real about this shit too. And when we have people running around the streets in fucking neighborhoods, oh my God. And yeah, it's on my mind, motherfucker. That's why that's why I had to move, you know. I've got my Cal exit video ready to go. It's I'm fucking mad in it though. I've been mad for a month. I don't usually stay in anger that long, but I've been pretty angry. Hail, see RMB's stream on Nick Meyer's SETI Alpha 5 show. I'm so pissed that they passed it up. Don't be, Brian Lewandowski. If Kurtzman was going to make a SETI Alpha 5 show, it would have been SETI Alpha Suck.
It would have been shitty Alpha 5.
Yep.
That's what it would have been.
It would have sucked if Kurtzman was involved. I heard a little bit about it. Nicholas Myers is great, but was it Midnight's Edge did an interview with him, and yeah, he was talking about how it was fresh. I don't know if he was fired or he left. I can't remember, but it was fresh when Midnight's Edge talked to him. I think it was Tom. Agent Pepsi 1 for $2 says Megaforce 1982. Also the flying motorcycles. Flying motorcycles.
Oh yeah, great stuff. Death Sport, Agent Pepsi 1. Death Sport. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's good.
Gary, how's the coffee? Doomcock, 193,000 strong. Wow, 93. Awesome, dude.
That's right. I am almost actually, hold on just a sec here. I am actually I am only 18 subscribers away from hitting 194,000.
Awesome. Well, we can get 18 in here easy. Somebody.
You think we can get 18 subs?
Yeah, hit 194.
Live on the Inquisition. Holy crap.
On the Inquisition, you could do it. Yeah, we've been on Friday night, we get a up and coming channel and we try to boost them. We did Culture Casino on Friday. Before that we did Sporking. It's fun. Yeah, we get people. I remember when Jeremy got me up to 40. Jeremy was like at 100. Jeremy was always like way ahead of me. And it was a year and a half ago and Jeremy got me up to 40. It was crazy. Like 1,000, like 1,000 in like an hour. I was like, whoa. Yeah.
Less than 6. I mean, like I'm at 6,000 and 18 away from 20,000. So that's pretty cool.
Awesome. Congratulations, my friend. And that is, you're going to hit 200,000 soon, like in a month or so. I'd say about a month or less, actually. How Umbrella Academy Season 2 ends is reminiscent of Endgame plus Fall of Skywalker. Unlimited army that's easily defeated, boring Season 2. The unlimited army being easily defeated in this kind of a show works for me. It doesn't work in Endgame and Fall of Skywalker because Umbrella Academy is, to me anyway, CB News and Reviews for $5, isn't like this epic, bombastic show. It's what Doomcock called, it's fanciful. It is character driven. So I care more about the characters than any kind of epic battle or anything, because honestly, they don't use their powers at all.
Yeah, it really feels more to me, this whole genre feels like a kind of a mean-spirited or adult fairy tale. You know, it's kind of like all these bad things happen. The dad is mean and the mom is dead. The mommy's dead, but she's a robot. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a fairy tale, like a really, really grim fairy tale, but it has humor in it. You know, it has adult humor. It has a lighter side. Fanciful, but kind of dark. It's a dark fairy tale for bad kids and adults. That's how I feel
Yeah.
like the Umbrella Academy is.
And it works. And when it came out, it worked because it was a new and fresh story. But I can honestly see people getting really fucking tired of the post. I am. That's why I said when The Boys came out, one of the biggest problems is The Boys came out too late. I know it's like a really popular show, but it came out too late. It came out too late. I think, like honest, who's gonna want to watch that? I mean, it's because it's funny. It's kind of funny. That's what works for The Boys. Is it's mainly a really fucking dark comedy.
It is. I read that whole run of The Boys, and I loved it. I thought it was great.
Yep.
By the way, guys, thank you. I have hit 194 and 001,000 subscribers. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. On my little, it doesn't show up on the main list yet. It's in my dashboard, so you always get the most accurate ones there. But thank you, guys. 194,000. Appreciate it.
Awesome. I knew you can do it. Chat. Thank you. Mary Ashby, thank you for the phallic unicorn. Jason C, thank you for the phallic unicorn for $1.49, $1.49. Dixon Cider. Here comes Dixon Cider. $2 says, Hail Inquisition. Glad to be here. Thank you, Dix. Big Red Bullfrog for £2 says, crossover FNF with Friday Night Tights. Winks goal DVD 200,000 croak. Well, Doomcock's going to hit 200,000 in, what is it? Maybe 3 weeks, 2 weeks. I mean, it depends on how many videos you put out.
It really does. I've got some good. Oh boy, got a new source that my folks are talking to that is spilling the effing beans about Miss Kathy. So it's holy shit, the stuff I'm hearing, it's good. That's coming out.
I need to find out.
Soon.
You asked your fucking source if we can get some actual information if she was a quarterback or not, because she said she was a quarterback in high school. I found her yearbook. I didn't see a word in it. And Tom and I actually looked into this. And
a quarterback?
Yeah, she claimed, no, she has claimed on a television or on an interview that she was a quarterback in high school. Now, the high school she went into was up here in Northern California. It's in a small town. So it was like 7-on-7, right? So they barely had any. I mean, there was probably like 30 kids in the school. So they used what they used for a quarterback. I don't know if she was a backup or not. I want verification of that. I call bullshit.
It seems implausible to me, sir.
Yep.
That seems implausible.
But that's what she said. She said it out loud. That's what I want to know about Kathleen Kennedy. And other than that, she's completely fucked up Star Wars and she's hopeless. Didn't Mr. Cunningham and Richie both go to the strip club in the pilot episode of Happy Days?
Well, why do you think there were such happy days? Come on.
Did they? I don't remember that.
I don't think they ever went to a strip club together.
No. Honestly, though, I mean, there's nothing like that first season of Happy Days because it really was like American Graffiti. It was before the show got full on studio, filmed in front of a studio audience, like they filmed it. And Fonzie had his white jacket on, if I'm remembering correctly.
I don't remember a white jacket, but I do remember him being very quiet, very centered, very kind of semi-mystical. I mean, he was that show's basically like Wolfman Jack.
Yes, yes.
That they went all to for advice, and he was tough. He was dangerous. He didn't have a lot of lines, and then 6, 7, 8 seasons later, he's jumping a shark at SeaWorld. It was terrible.
Yep. I mean, that first season, I remember it from reruns, but the stuff I remember is like the Mark from Ork. And, I remember when the shark jump, I loved it. I loved that fucking, but I was also a kid. I was also like a little kid when that came out. So I remember talking about it at school. Like, yeah. We thought it was awesome. Little did we know. No, I hate it when Richie left. When Richie left, the show fucking just died, and Ralph Malph left too. So
right. Well, it's kind of like when Mike and Gloria left All in the Family, and they kind of struggled along with Archie and Edith and the neighbors, and then they brought in little Danielle. what's her name, little Stephanie as a kid to bring in the house, but it was never the same again. Kind of like when Jeannie got married, when Jeannie and Major Nelson got married. I mean, the romance went out of it. The mystery was, you can't change the format that radically on a show. It just never works. Part of what made All in the Family brilliant, and it is one of the best shows ever made, I have no doubt about it, was the dramatic interplay between conservative Archie, liberal youth Gloria and Mike, but underneath all that there was the great character development on both sides. I mean, they started out kind of making Archie kind of a clown and a stereotype, and at the end of it, they were all wonderfully amazing, endearing characters. And that episode where Mike and Gloria leave the house, and Mike tells him, I can't hardly even say it, where he says, I know you always thought I hated you, but I didn't. I loved you, and hugs him, and Archie can't hug him back. It's one of the best damn moments on television in history. I can't watch it without crying. I can't fucking watch it.
I remember that
crying.
episode. Yeah. Oh my God, my dad loved that show so fucking much. My dad didn't like shit. But he loved that show like no other. But yeah, I didn't watch it that much. I don't know what it was.
I don't know. I watched it. I've got it on DVD, and it's a milestone of American television. I can't believe you haven't watched it on the reruns.
I watched a little bit of it, but I wasn't that into it. I mean, when I was a kid, I was way more into like Laverne and Shirley and Mork and Mindy and
I watched
Happy
everything. I watched everything. That's why I was giving the 40% size. Like, I watched everything, man. And if I wasn't around, I've watched it on video or watched it on Nick and Night or watched it, VHS. I mean, I just gobbled this stuff up, dude.
Well, I'm Nick at Night when it first started way back when.
Right.
I was still getting loaded. So it was awesome at night. So we'd sit back, whatever was on Nick at Night. I was watching. I don't remember any of it, but I was really loaded at the time. So,
well, that's it. I never got heavily into drugs.
Dick Van Dyke.
I probably remember. You'd basically, remember it. If
Dick Van Dyke. I got, because Mary Tyler Moore, I thought she was hot in that show. She was so hot. So I watched all the Dick Van Dyke when I was getting loaded. So I did remember that. And it's a good show.
She is a milfy chick in those capri pats. Oh, Rob.
Yep. Her and Madeline Kahn. I had Madeline Kahn in fucking Young Frankenstein when she gets all Frankenstein up, the Bride of Frankenstein. Oh my God.
Oh, and she hisses at him.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Lily Von Stupp. I'm tired of playing the game. Ain't it a crying shame?
I'm so tired. Can't you see I'm pooped?
Everything from the waist down is kaput.
Mary Ashmead for $2. Gary, will you just mention my GoFundMe medical? What's it for? What do you need a GoFundMe for, Mary? Do you know anything about this, Doomcock?
Yeah, she's had medical expenses, and Logan has had medical expenses. So yeah, she's done a GoFundMe and trying to help out with those medical expenses.
Okay. Did somebody put the link in? If somebody
put the link in,
because the link,
not the Washington,
yeah,
the Lincoln,
not the Lincoln, yeah, the link doesn't work for me, so I need a link. Sure, we'll take a look at it. Thank you, Mary, for $2. Sorry to hear that. Gary, Tom Baker is my all-time favorite character in media, and I never got a Big Chief item before. Dying for the new, Big Chief Logopolis signature series, but don't. One of two, want to give BBC money. Thoughts? P.S. Airwolf. I have a problem saying, I say wolf all the time. It's speech impediment. I don't know what the fuck. Best opening theme song. It's up there. It's up there. Detritus. I would say with this, in this case, man, that's up to you. I'm not going to call it. You might want to make an exception because you're not going to be able to find it secondhand once it's gone. Those Tom Baker ones go quick. Believe me, I don't have the first Tom Baker complete. I have the hat. I have the head that can have a hat on, but I don't have the smiley face. And I haven't even seen one. And when you see one, it's $3,000.
Ouch.
So, yeah, I would say, you know what? $200 towards Big Chief is not going to give BBC much money, but nothing above that. I would draw the line at like Tom Baker or, Roger Delgado Master. I wouldn't, listen, do what you got to do. Whatever makes you feel better. I'm not giving him shit anymore, even if it is a Tom Baker. Yeah, I'm just not. It's fine. Like, there's a point where it's like, I love it, but even a single dime going to Jody makes me ill, or going to Chris Chibnall or the BBC after what the BBC says they think of us. And they think we're all a bunch of ists and phobes. They truly believe that. And that is not just what I've heard in the Access media. That's what I've heard from my source, that they think we're a bunch of freaking Yahtzees that like Doctor Who.
I don't think Yahtzees would like Doctor Who. I don't think Yahtzees would like Star Trek. It's just a faulty premise from a lot of stupid people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Edgy number 1 asks, what do you make of Emma Watts taking over Star Trek? It would be better than Kurtzman. It's too late, but it's better. She's taking over film, though, for Paramount. Right. She is like making all the decisions. She's the big boss. And apparently she was pretty good at Fox. So, I don't know, though, how good she was at Fox, because quite frankly, how many memorable movies have we had in the last 5 years that weren't superhero movies?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who she is, honestly. I've never tracked her before, so I don't have any idea. But yeah, I can't think of a whole lot of things.
No, so yeah, Robert Meyer Burnett was speaking highly of her. She was a script supervisor for film for Fox, and she doesn't work at Disney anymore, or she doesn't. She probably was one of those redundancies, Uber driver of the apocalypse gives a phallic unicorn. Is that you, Jarbo? Sorry, I couldn't resist for $1.49. That's Uber Eats, though. Sorry. No, I don't mean to disrespect Uber Eats. That's a legit job. You work like you need to do what you do. You know what? Fucking, you never know.
Was it a $3 super chat?
It was $1.49.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
$3.
But by the grace of God, there go I. I got to remember that. We can give people shit, but Hail Doomcock. Were you raised in the church before deciding to take over Earth? You use expressions from the Bible often, ask John Wayne for $4.99.
Yes. I was raised as a Catholic. And I quite independent of that. Before I started my YouTube channel, I was very interested in philosophy and theology. So I have read a number of religious texts across a bunch of different faiths, veering towards the mystical element in all religions. I'm fascinated with Eastern philosophy, particularly as it pertains to things like quantum physics. And I'm fascinated that quantum physics seems to, in a lot of ways, reinforce and validate the Vedantist view that reality is non-dual and, really everything is consciousness. So yes, I'm very obsessed with that, and I particularly enjoyed reading the Gnostic Gospels of Christ. Christ said allegedly many things, and some have been filtered out by the church. oddly enough, those teachings that did not reinforce the hierarchy of an intermediary between God and man, i.e., the church, were kind of suppressed out of the mainstream Bible. It's a fascinating topic to me. But yes, I consider myself to be a philosophical a person who is very interested in spirituality and comparative religion. To make a long answer not too short. Sorry.
It's all good.
So I see, I'm just like fascinated by it. So I'll just go off and you just say that and I'll just go wee, and then I'll just start, 3 hours later. It's like, but back to you, Gary.
It's all good. Umbrella Academy read the trades over the TV show. Read the trades over the TV show. I said read the trades. That's dumb. Thank you. Drake is 6. Yeah, I would say read the comics, but yeah, read the trades. They're better. The comic, the source material is always better. Always. By the way, yeah, you can get it very cheap. There's 3 volumes. So there's Apocalypse Suite, Dallas, and Hotel Oblivion. And yeah, here's your first issue. The art's great. Gabriel Ba is awesome. That's
nice. Yeah, I have them in the individual issues, and they're, in the cavernous warehouse at the, center of Xanadu. So I'll have to go dig around for them to reread them.
Yeah.
Read them a long time ago. I haven't reread them since.
I love these things. Storefolio.
Oh yeah.
Because I can put them all on bookshelves and stuff. And God damn. They're the greatest things ever. They're expensive, but they're worth it for the good stuff. Kate Walsh from Grey's Anatomy and Private Practice got acting work. Nice. About time a real redhead got representation. Love. Good. LOL. Good actress, says Ian Slater. She's great. There's 3 great things in season 2. It is Aidan Gallagher, Kate Walsh, and Colm Feore as Reginald Hargreaves.
Yes, I agree 100%. I didn't even know she was a redhead.
I didn't know
they've never had her red hair on the show.
Yeah, I think she's a brunette. She's a very tan brunette.
Really?
Did we get that link there, Mary?
Yeah, but Kate Walsh is smoking. I never watched any of the other shows she's on, so I didn't know her before Umbrella Academy, but God dang, she's impressive. She has a real presence and a theatricality that you usually find on like Broadway or something. But she manages to be grandiose and underplayed all at the same time. Amazing performance.
Yeah. I like when I saw her in season 1, I'm like, I know her from somewhere. And
I've seen her, but I never watched any of those shows.
Hey,
what is it? Grey's Anatomy and some medical other.
Yeah, Grey's Anatomy. I'm trying to. God dang it. I'm gonna try the GoFundMe one more time, Mary. If you're out there, you can. I think you have a wrench. You can come in and put the link in if you like.
Yeah, she can just pop in the link.
Yeah, because it's incomplete. So, and I got to move on. Radio Times says Space 1989 reboot in 2021. It would have to be Space 29.99. Then it would be a brand new show. And it wouldn't be a reboot anymore. Michael Maloney for $2. Unless they wanted to do, oh shit, hang on.
They need to leave Space 1999 alone.
They really do.
I mean, it's an absurd premise. And only the first season was good, and the first season was good precisely because it is antithetical to reason. It is disturbing and upsetting to rationality because it is so anti-rational. It really is kind of like a Hammer horror movie in space. I mean, it took me a long time to realize this because as a kid, I hated it. I thought it was just so fucking stupid. The moon getting blasted out of orbit is not going to leave the solar system anytime fucking soon. And the fact that they're going to other galaxies and other what are they traveling at warp 5,000 or some shit like that after an atomic explosion? It's insane. But as an adult, I've watched it and I appreciate the coldness the weirdness, the anti-rationality of the thing. It really is a horror show more than anything else, masquerading as a science fiction show. I respect it immensely on that basis.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, my answer is simple. Leave it the fuck alone. There's no way it's going to work now.
It wouldn't work now. No, they'd have to have the same lightning in a bottle. They'd have to have the same fundamental understanding that this is absurd, and it is like it gets under your subconscious as a rational being. It's upsetting on a fundamental level because it's so stupid. It's so bizarre. And the things that they encounter, the situations are so cold and so uniformly a correct tone. I mean, the thing tonally from episode 1 to the final episode of season 1 is very consistent. It's almost a fucking masterpiece of I don't know, anti-rational nihilistic horror. It gets you, dude. Dragon's Domain is a masterpiece. You remember that one where the fucking monster was on the ship, and it was spooky, dude. It was awful.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's been a while since I watched it, but yes, I do.
It's good stuff.
Because it used to be on heavy rotation on Channel 13 down in LA. So
season 2 sucks though. Don't watch season 2. Worthless.
Andrew Cole. Okay, thank you. Stellar Heather said she put the link in the chat. Thank you, Stellar Heather. And Mary went to bed. All right. I appreciate you. Gary, take the mic and stuff out of the foreground and take a picture of your room before you box it up. Then use the pic on a green screen in your new place. Andrew Cole, I will be using I'll probably use that for like a gag a couple of times, but I'm going to make a new studio. There's going to be a new studio. Bigger, stronger, faster, and bigger. Did I say bigger already? Bigger. Yes. I'm going to put up cork. There's colored cork, like tiles you can put on the walls. So I don't have to press the thumbtacks into because it's plaster where I'm going. It's kind of an older house, so it's plaster. So I'm going to have to put those up. And I'm going to have to take them down when I leave, which is fine. I don't care. Love you both, down to 188.21, and you may have 2. I may have 2 what? Straight white male for 2 Canadian pesos. I love you too. And is your weight down to 188.21? That's pretty good. That's good. Depends on how tall you are, but I mean, that's good. If you're like 6 foot, that's perfect. I don't know what the 2 are. 2 kids? Do I have 2 kids? Is there something I don't know about? I'm very confused by this super chat. But that's nothing new. Hail Gary and Doomcock. I always love watching your videos. Keep up the excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thrash Metal Fiend. Hell yeah. I like, I don't know. Do you like Stormtroopers of Death? Thrash Metal Fiend? They're pretty good. Although, not very politically correct. Oh, yeah. That album probably wouldn't go over very well these days. A song like Speak English or Die. Yeah. I don't think that would go over very well. Christopher Ward for $5. Wait to see strong women look at wives of combat vets, especially the widows. Yep. Well, I mean, yes. Yes, most definitely. And women who have given birth, which is a lot. That's some fucking hardcore shit. Mike Blair, but the other one's it's very sad. Yeah, they're strong, and the daughters too. There was a couple of videos that got me on July 4th on Twitter. Got me a little bit. One was a daughter talking about her dad who ain't coming home. And that we should be grateful for. This was during all the shit going on. She was talking about gratitude and stuff. It was a fucking great video. Poor girl. Gare Bear and Doomcock. We'll just say, and the blank, and it has a cock of doom basically. Love you guys and thanks. Says Mike Blair for $9.99. Back at you, buddy. Cardinal Sins at the proto-molecule level this month. Hail, Cardinal Sin. Sam Whiskey, thank you for the 99-cent super sticker. for 100% classic comics. The comics are boring now because the people making them experienced these characters as movie and TV shows, not in a comic book. And now, and that's how they write them. Flat angles, dinner scenes, bullshit, chit chat, etc. Classic comics, you just fucking nailed it. You nailed it. I mean, aside from partisan politics and not being talented, you're right. Their whole perspective is completely different, and it's lost. Comics used to be dynamic. It's completely lost that. And people are cheating too. They're also fucking tracing motherfuckers. Let's just be real. They're tracers. They're tracers.
Outright tracers is bad.
Yep.
I know that like a lot of artists back in the day had swipe files where they would, have great poses other comic artists had done and have them there to copy. But I don't think they traced them. I think they used them as model sheets, inspiration, that kind of thing.
I had swipe files. I did all the time. Yeah, it's like an angle that I liked that, I had a hard time with just,
Sure.
I was just pulling it out of my brain. I needed some reference and I didn't have a
lot
photo.
of people do. Yeah.
But you can tell when they're just straight up going around.
Nah.
It's like, it's obvious. So, I watched Derek Robertson draw a picture for Comic Ballistic, and watched him ink his own shit and do his own background off of nothing. And I was like, fuck, that guy didn't even go to school. I'm like, I hate you. Hargreaves Senior is a Vulcan. It's just logical. Lost hope for $2 Yeah, that's the way I interpret it, as he is an alien, but he actually does care for the kids in his own way, in a very alien way. And I think it would be a great story if they kind of, if Hargreaves gets redeemed a little bit. Well, shit, he had to kill himself to get him back together. So he did sacrifice him. But that's obviously gone now because Klaus saw him in heaven, met God, but that didn't happen anymore. Crabman 82, welcome to the Proto-Molecule level. Big Daddy MRI, thank you for the $1.49 phallic unicorn. And what time we got here? 4 hours. We're at 4. Oh my God. We got a bunch of unicorns. Hang on. Big Daddy MRI, Jaron Kucha, Muzzle Velocity, and Cicero Adolphus, and Big Daddy MRI, and Cicero Adolphus, and Lost Hope. All phallic unicorns. $1.49, $1.49, $1.49, $1.49. Wonder Pants. That was for the Wonder Woman costume, or the cover, which was terrible. Lost Hope for Australian $2. Thank you, Sam Whiskey, for the super sticker. Diego Flores for 5 Chilean pesos. Gary, what is Gelogia? Also, Doomcock's expression when he saw Wonder Woman was glorious. Yeah, it was a pretty spot on.
I just couldn't believe it. I had no idea what I was going to see. It was messed up.
I was kind of fucked up what I did. I should have given you a better warning.
I thought it was just going to be like a masculinized, that's what I had. I was like, they drew her like a boy. They drew her androgynous, that kind of thing. I didn't expect that. I was like, wow.
Diego Flores, Gelogia is from the Orville, and it's supposed to be like Ponfar, except it's for piss. And the Mocklins, God, it's been so long since I watched the fucking show.
I know.
The Mocklins only pee once a year, and it's called Gelogia, and it's a ceremony that you all have to go to, and it's an honor to go and watch Bortus piss, and apparently it's like a long piss. And you go off a cliff and you piss off a cliff for like a couple hours, I think it was. Maybe it was longer.
You yell Gelogia.
And you yell Gelogia. Is it over and over? Yeah, it's over and over again. You yell Gelogia. Garrett Russian Beard for $4.99. You should have warned Doomcock to keep his helmet on before showing him that Wonder Woman cover. I should have, but I'm a dick. Remember that, Garrett. For $4.99. Cecil says, what's up, Cecil? Cecil's always watching the Inquisition. That's kind of awesome.
That is.
We love you, Cecil, man. Unconditionally, Cecil, we love you.
That's right, brother.
That dump truck can't wear corduroys. That's right, for $2. Now we're gonna wrap things up. Again, this whole month I'm going to be on a time limit for everything. I'll do. If you missed the last Inquisition Square Up, it's on my alternate channel, Nerdrotic Live. We got a $50 one from Oscar Mayer though. If you post a $50 super chat and the massive Jeremy doesn't point it out, does it make a sound? No. I'm going to say no, because Jeremy is the massive. No. If you post a $50 super chat and the massive Jeremy doesn't point it out, does it make a sound? Yes, it does, because I pointed out Oscar Mayer for $50, and thank you very much. We appreciate you. Right, Doomcock? We appreciate
absolutely 100%, brother.
Yeah. But cancel Jeremy. I haven't said that in a while. I'm looking through there. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. And if you, there's Jane Theory. Lower Decks is a complete and total disgrace. I love Jane Theory. She's got an awesome channel. She's cool. And it is. And thank you. And Matthew Anderson, thank you for the $5. RT also concluded that DC to make an ugly Wonder Woman. What is it? RT also concluded with DC to make, colluded with DC to make an ugly Wonder Woman cover. As someone who used to be one of their biggest longtime fans, this makes me sad. It does. Fuck DC. Fuck DC. They're as bad as Marvel. Crazy Cat Guy.
They're not good. No.
Thank you for the unicorn and the ice cream. All right. So thanks everyone again. I'm sorry I got to cut these short, but I got to pack. And I will be live again soon. Check nerdrotic.com for my live stream schedule. Doomcock, please plug your wonderful channel. If you got anything.
My newly 194,000 subscriber channel is youtube.com/overlord DVD. And people ask me what the DVD stands for. Dictor Van Doomcock, of course. And I've also got a Patreon, patreon.com/Doomcock. We get together, we hang out on Discord meetings and so on. I have Legionnaires, many different versions of levels of support. And subscribestar.com/Doomcock as well. And Zazzle.com/DVD Shoporama. Thank you guys for your support. Oh, and the Harvey Zone. Subscribe to the Harvey Zone, will you? Harvey's having an inferiority complex over there. Thank you guys. Thank you, Gary, for having me on. It's always a pleasure to do the Inquisition with you. It's always a blast, brother. Thank you.
Oh, no, it's an honor to have you on the channel. You know, I love you, man. And we'll be back on Doomcock's channel next Sunday, 5:30 p.m. Despite all the moving I'm going to be doing this month, my scheduled live streams, well, at least with Doomcock and Friday Night Tights, will remain at that time. The other ones, I have no idea. They'll be on the day. I can't promise the time though. And yeah, I'm gonna have to. This is gonna be probably the last week or two of this office, which kind of sucks. I spent a lot of time on this, but
yeah.
YouTuber problems. I'm looking forward to the next adventure. It sucks that we have to go, and I'm going to do a video on that subject, and then I'll shut up about it once the move is done. My life will be live streaming, making videos, and training. That's all I'm going to do. So I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Thank everyone for supporting Doomcock and yours truly. All live streams go to Nerdrotic Live when they are done. And yeah, so the move will be official once I get internet hooked up there. I don't know what that date is. And once I find out that date, then I will give it to you guys. And that's when everything is going to change. But this will be the last week for sure. Maybe 2 weeks, but it might be the last week of the studio. And it's, I'm going to video a whole breakdown of this because a lot of people have asked, and tell a little story about each action figure. Like, I remember when I bought this action figure when I was delivering auto parts in 1994. I'm sure it's going to excite everyone. Fucking riveting YouTube there. But yeah, and it's been fun. It was nice talking about a couple of television shows. That's essentially what we did for most of the show. It
was a great time.
Yeah. And yeah, the Umbrella Academy, it's complex, but I think a lot of people feel the same way. That's pretty much what I've heard is 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. The critics are loving it, of course, because of the civil rights storyline, which tells you they're a bunch of fucking bullshit shills, as usual. Oh, keep an eye out for my video tomorrow, too, where I point out more critics. I love pointing out critics when they're shills. It's my favorite thing to do on the planet. Well, on YouTube, we'll just say. Not on the planet. That's not entirely true. So, Doomcock, thanks again. And everyone, have a great evening. Not all who wander are lost, and may the wings of liberty never lose a feather.